Everyone to Housing and Urbanism's EMARC reviews. We're seeing today the work of 9 of our completing EMARC students. Housing and Urbanism always has the pleasure of kicking off this week of postgraduate EMARC reviews. And it's always an exciting moment for the whole school when we see across the week, we see the work of all of the EMARC programs in the postgraduate school. And I think in a way it's always very nice that the two programs that bookend the week have Housing and Urbanism to start and DRL to finish in a way sort of shape a spectrum of programs and different kinds of research. Now, what is distinctive about Housing and Urbanism is perhaps that two things. One, that we are one of the oldest, along with SED, one of the oldest programs within the postgraduate school, having begun in the 1970s. And throughout all of that time period have managed to evolve the thinking about urbanism and the role of housing in an urbanism, so much so that we typically think of housing as urbanism. But one of the aspects of that is that we have always taken the point of view that the understanding of form and the understanding of type and the understanding of the traditions of innovation that are part of urban reasoning are things that must be maintained even as we invent new programs that explore technological change, explore computational advantages. And so one of the things that Housing and Urbanism has always tried to do is to bear very close to the challenges that are faced in everyday practice and faced by cities and by those who are involved in political decision-making. So politics and concerns with the fundamental issues of the day are always central to our program. Now, today, what we're going to see is the work of students who have been very involved in thinking not only about the transformation of urban areas, but understanding the multiscalarity of a project in its relationship both to drivers of change and the possible urban processes that they're linking their work to in terms of the transformation of urban areas. So they're placing form and type at the center of an investigation that looks at politics, that looks at the way in which cities are changing today, what's driving that change from economic and social and collective challenges that we face. But they're also trying to do that at the point and at the level that they can explore the detail of the architectural challenges that any decision makers will face. So it runs across a spectrum from vision to detail and back. So one of the things then that we will see is that students are using typically London, but not in every case London, as the starting point for a kind of research into urban process and the role of architecture in thinking about decision making. So London is our primary laboratory. However, this year has been distinctive in the sense that many of our students began the year, this academic year, began the year abroad in places like Guangzhou and Hangzhou, Shenzhen, but also in Vienna and Barcelona. So one of the things that this year has brought is a rather broad understanding of the global and transnational understanding of cities, a comparative approach. And we'll see that in some of the work in the first few instances that we see this morning. So we'll have 4 students, as I say, in the morning session, 5 in the afternoon. And as we now shift to our student work, I'd like to invite my colleague Anna Shapiro up to introduce the students' work. And while she's coming up, I would like to introduce our jurors. So we have today Nick Fawkes, who is a partner at Shepherd Robson here in London, Will Howard, who is a senior associate at DRMM, Andrew Lords, who is teaching in California but was a former distinction student in our program and is here in the UK on a research grant. And we have Alad Eisenstein, former director at Arup and also at other engineering programs in their fields of urbanism, and most recently in charge of the redevelopment hopes for Oxford Street here in London latterly. But now Elad is beginning to think about setting up his own practice, so that we'll look forward to hearing more about in the future. But thank you for our jurors, to our jurors for joining us today, and Anna, if you will now come and introduce our first student's work.
Thank you very much. So, I'll be very brief. We are starting this morning with two presentations by Yin Mei Li and Carla Hu. Both are placed in the East End of London, Whitechapel area. And both students are looking at kind of helping London to think differently about how we could support the ambition for medical city cluster that is being developed or is being proposed for this area. So we're going to look at kind of slightly alternative way of putting forward a vision and quite operational plan for the area. So I want to invite Yin Mei to start. Go ahead.
Hello everyone, I'm the first presenter, Yin Mei, and today I want to share with you a new type of housing beyond service living when sharing and collaboration of service take place. When we observe a city, we discover that retail and service environments to be one of the most vibrant urban form. Local service environments offers much more than just simply provides foods and drinks, but also mixed services. During the lockdown, we started to notice that the importance of immediate services within the neighborhood, and the importance of that is due to the density, location, and the mixed service they provide, such as click and collect, printing, order food, etc. Today, these kind of mixed service providers seeks for the environment that could generate public realm and a morphology that they could have better distribution of services and delivery, and also look forward to the density in the neighborhood. The effortlessly and in-time service supplies becomes important when we were suggested to stay at home during lockdown. And however, the retail environment in many areas is still restricted from the linearity because of the historical value of traffic mobility. Therefore, although some service providers, such as NHS, started to seek for partnerships with booths in order to let residents to have better access to healthcare advices, the fundamental challenge is that the way retail used to cluster on the linear pattern is not sustainable and accessible. The actors, such as NHS in London Borough of Tower Hamlets in Whitechapel Met City development, also looked at the traditional service environments that are trying to take the advantage of clustering at the street frontage, hoping to expand the creative industries and create a global research campus in this area. However, the previous planning focused on the high street redevelopment that did not truly rethink from the service provision and the relationship of our home to the service. So from the 1920s neighborhood unit diagram, we noticed that the service environment was often drew on the perimeter of an urban grid, letting neighborhood institutions and housing block be away from the street frontage, creating like the elongated block that decreased the connectivity. However, when the service environment becomes much more creative and collaborative, there is an opportunity of rethinking the diagram that revalue the service as a heart of our life, and at the same time encouraging a growing economy that based on the evolving creative collaboration. So how could service such as healthcare or retail be introduced in a community if it is possible to scale up community-based service environment? What kind of sustained and in-depth housing models would be? If we look at contemporary service environment, we noticed that the value of an urban block is important. There is a moment that service started to cluster in larger floor plate that creates an environment we so-called department store. The origin of department store tend to be starkly bounded. Even though the interiors are open up, there is still with a strong emphasis upon outside and inside. However, if we revalue the morphology itself, the openness and the deeper floor plate is actually giving the opportunity for a larger community to use these kind of areas to make things, hold exhibitions, and work together. Also arguing against a linear urban form, the Bangkok project started to embed the notion of retail environment as a social infrastructure, that they started to convert circulatory space in the department store as becoming a common experience and even supporting a kind of activity-driven approach to retail environment, service environment, or even educational environment. So we started to see that when a building becomes a part of the block, it started to create the hierarchy of movements and becomes a part of community living where this source of service delivery based on an idea of common activities in which we participate. We started to see that we could go from simply being a consumer to almost being a producer in this kind of new lifestyle. If we ought to change the relationship between service and living, maybe there is an opportunity of revaluing the department store morphology and embed it with housing units. So imagine the service units parallel to the street. The increasing dimension of conjunction areas is creating double orientation, letting the previous circulatory space to become a livable area that enables retail shops, healthcare facilities, restaurants to extend their territory and provide a buffer zone for like-minded crossover networking, and at the same time treated storage and active mobility system as part of the daily basis of space, activity basis of space. And as we treated the in-between space and circulatory space as a vacuum, there is a moment that allowed the residents to be part of the persistence. Imagine a set of service voice alternate in the middle of the block connected to student housing plot and patient hotel plot on different levels. It started to allow the service process such as periodical lectures, workshops, forums to be seen. And it preserves the privacy for different groups of people, but at the same time offering intimacy and attachment to each other that creates a different sense of community when NHS and other private developers take place. If we ought to create a broader vision for urban transformation, urban block is important because we should understand the qualities of the emerging neighborhoods and districts. Instead of looking into the linear armature, here we are looking from the middle of the blocks because the needs of revalue the active mobility system and the adaptation of living and working. In Whitechapel's case, the project is a more focused plan in which we started to allow a small set of actors and stakeholders to move forward. When NHS is seeking for new networks and partnerships with different sectors, such as Royal Mails, private developers, and local communities to generate social and urban values, there is an opportunity to create hospitality and collectivity manners in relation to actors, stakeholders in a larger urban area. And so when we started to consider that partnership where more people are drawn into position of not just being a consumer, not just being a patient, but somehow participants or partners, the collective manners becomes important. Even more like private environments are being adjusted to emphasize a kind of collective partnership in which the space supports our life. With social, cultural, and spatial ambition, we are talking about the notion of a dwelling that is becoming more institutional, growing emphasis upon service environment that affects the housing organization, orientation, dimension, and density due to the consolidation of services contribute to life of the immediate residents. With the intention of expanding the knowledge economy in Whitechapel, there is a vision of creating 24-hour campus. Here we look into clusters that act in partnership that links us to others through the working life and crossovers between education, creativity, and the small and medium entrepreneurs. By managing the new scheme for service distribution, a 24-hour service center and work-like accommodation is introduced. And breaking down into mainly living area and mainly service area, it is able to provide the diverse groups of people, of dwellers, to easily get access to working areas during day and night. And by acknowledging from the innovative workspaces, we are revaluing the block and the yard per se, increasing the visibility and flexibility. And today, we might consider that public realm as a starting point for delivering a new neighborhood. The promotion of crossover networking should be experienced from outside of the block to inside of the block, not just only giving hints from the facade and materials and the ceiling height, but also from the morphology itself that allows the changing subdivision and grouping of space and facilities. Design as a duplex refers to the unico building and unite. The multiple working living units are introduced in the work-led accommodation building. It not only allows the flexibility of use of the intermediary environment, but also allows the fluid extension for small and medium healthcare companies and local residents to easily get access to different service spaces such as lecture halls, community halls, bookable research labs, generating urban benefits and social benefits at the same time, and reorganize the mobility system by rearranging the block size and orientation. Today, we understand that there are different kinds of block system that generates resilience and evolving space by taking voids and open block campus as the strategy. And this perhaps includes the level of understanding how service amenities are being delivered, allowing them to support both local residents and a metropolitan population moving through the area. And this design approach is committing to how we want to live tomorrow and the exploration of service in relation to housing typologies, and through the design of sharing and collaboration. Thank you.
Thanks.
Presently, 12 minutes only.
Sure. I have the microphone for whoever would like to begin.
Yeah, I think that was a. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think that was a really interesting presentation, actually, and I think also quite an interesting, complex challenge, which looks at quite, I guess, pertinent issues, not because of their kind of individual importance, but actually because of how they interact together. So I've kind of written down issues of active mobility, issues of services,
Yeah.
and then, of course, the typology, department store, how you open the block up, how you introduce density. I mean, these are individually, all of those is quite complex, let alone kind of interrogating them all together. So I thought that was quite an interesting thesis, I guess. at trying to resolve relationships between elements of kind of urbanity. And I thought that was quite an interesting exploration. The context of Whitechapel is also quite interesting because it's got a little bit of that as well. I mean, it doesn't have it to this extent that you've kind of designed it into the morphology of the place, but it does have this kind of broken nature in places where I guess if you start to reinterpret the area in the context of what you bring into it, you could say it fits. You know, it works within the context, but at the same time, it brings newness that kind of rearranges the place in a way that kind of has to evolve. And it does have to evolve. It does have to add density to it. It does have to address those issues that you discussed. And of course, I guess as an environment which is, I guess, street-based, where a high street environment, a very linear relationships to retail, which you also spoke about, is very, or has been very critical in kind of maintaining local and community work and stuff like that, but has been changing recently quite radically. I guess the idea of reintroducing this morphology and as an open block and trying to have this kind of meandering nature in the public realm is really important. And I think as you layer up those elements of density, services, different mix that you bring in and trying to really kind of bring it all together is a really interesting piece. So I really enjoyed it. I guess what I was missing was a bit of Whitechapel in this, which is not clear. I mean, I know Whitechapel, so I can see it. But I guess as your own thesis would have been possibly great to start with what is Whitechapel, and then look at what this can add to it. But I guess really interesting. The other thing that I thought was could have been possibly explored further was, I guess in the beginning of your presentation, you showed kind of a cross-section where you spoke about services and you showed an underground condition, while actually all your axles show from ground up. Now, it might be the case here, but I guess it was quite an interesting one to at least discuss and debate. When you talk about services, there is a reasoning to argue for kind of a three-dimensional, going below ground arrangement of services. So I'm not saying you should do that. I mean, it's expensive and it's complex and so forth, and I can see it working on ground really well with your arrangement. It's just I would have expected maybe kind of a little bit more depth into looking at services in a more serious way and how blocks like that could be actually serviced in different ways. And then kind of tell us how you got to the final kind of conclusion. But I guess as a piece of research, I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. I'm Will. I mean, it's really interesting what you've shown. I'd like to live there. I think it's really interesting, as we've talked about, kind of complex combination of different uses. Like when you were presenting, I think you're getting into some really inherent and important aspects of what it means to kind of provide service space within a city environment and a new model of what that could be ultimately. So thinking about how things are delivered and what effect that has on the kind of streetscape of where something is delivered and where someone might collect it from, it's really interesting to see that you've kind of turned that on its head and thinking about a different typology of housing where the department store and the apartment are kind of combined in a way. I was kind of thinking about how you would live in this kind of place and what it might mean to go and collect something as opposed to have something delivered to you, and things that we read about now about the future of kind of department stores, and you touched on that as being more of an experience than a kind of a necessity, is really interesting to think about in how the city might develop. So at the moment, all cities are kind of hamstrung by needing to have a road and a street, and every single thing has an address, and you want to be able to get your parcel delivered there. If users and kind of residents engage with a different kind of shared space where they might act in a different way and kind of live in a different way, where they're kind of more active and they're willing to kind of go out into the world to get their parcel or their medicine or whatever they need, as you showed, people queuing outside Boots, it creates this opportunity for a much more habitable, kind of livable public realm, which isn't kind of dominated by the car and the van and the delivery and all of these things. So I think there's really big themes, like topics that you read about like last mile deliveries and all of these things, which are really big challenges. And yes, like buildings need to react and kind of become part of that discussion of how we develop our cities in order to make better places to live ultimately. It's a village, isn't it, that you've proposed? I think it's kind of a diagram of a village, and at some point Whitechapel would have been a village where you had everything that you needed within 5 minutes, and now people have to, well, they don't at the moment, but commute for hours to get to where they need to work and where they drive to the supermarket. So reinventing that, I think, is really interesting, but I don't necessarily think that you've kind of interrogated in what that might mean. You've drawn kind of an idealized public realm and an idealized village, and there's still going to be challenges of people that are less active and less able, and how do vehicles interact with this diagram that you've created. I think would be interesting to kind of explore that in more detail, and I would really encourage you, I suppose, to get into more detail of the kind of material and the tactility of it, and to explore things at different scales. Like your drawings are quite a similar scale and quite interesting and kind of diagrammatic, but I would really encourage you to kind of go zoom right in, kind of zoom out and understand what that means for your project. And because I'm understanding the kind of vision that you have for the city, but not necessarily the kind of experience of what it would be like to live there, the kind of atmosphere of the place would be really interesting for you to kind of explore that a bit more. In terms of the typology of housing and other spaces that you're exploring, I would, I suppose, encourage you to think about who is living there, how old are they, what's their kind of demographic, and how do they experience what you've created? Because I noticed that it's very much it's very complex and there's lots of different uses, and I think what you've proposed is very interesting, but it's kind of horizontally divided. You're living above, and there are lots of other interesting things below on the kind of first, second, third, fourth floor. How does that impact your experience of living there? Do you just feel as though you're living above something? And what's the relationship between people experiencing that as their home and the street? And what's the kind of journey between the two? And I think your project could potentially be improved by characterizing some of those spaces in between the buildings and who are they for, and are some of them more public and some of them more not private but kind of more residential, and some are busier and some are quieter, and then perhaps that could inform the typology of housing and how that kind of relates to the street. And what else did I write down? I'll pass to somebody else, I think.
How long have we got, Lawrence? Got time. But I'll be really short and sweet, if I possibly could be. Certainly my colleagues already have mentioned some of the key items, I think, that come through in terms of your presentation and your current work. How long have you got left in this process before you submit? 2 weeks? 2 weeks? A week? A couple of weeks, okay. I kind of knew anyway, I was just wanting to see you. But so what I find useful at this period is maybe to ask yourself questions, and I suppose this is a part of the process to start that process now for you. So really it's now about you maybe interrogating your work to date, analysing it, and then maybe coming up with a commentary about how you may evolve it, or actually be critically analysing your work for the good elements and maybe the questionable elements that you might change. So you don't necessarily have to redesign or rethink. It's reviewing and assessing what you've done, making a critical analysis, and then maybe proposing what you how you may take it forward in that review process, really. I think some of the comments about uniformity of work is probably true. It feels to me as though you've kind of kept at arm's length from the project and not really dived into understanding what it is like for an individual to live in those spaces, to use those services, and to kind of move through this environment throughout the day, the week, and the year. So I think some of that kind of more experiential quality, which is the most important thing for how we live, because we choose to live where we want to live for those experiences, I think, would be really important. So understanding that kind of characteristic, I think, would be helpful. I've got a series of questions that you may wish to sort of think about as you go forward. I'm quite keen. I mean, I know the area incredibly well. It's a really cool part of the city. It's going under huge flux at the moment and growth, and it's wrestling with all sorts of issues. So it's a very good site to choose, but that doesn't quite come through yet, I think, in some of the research. So you could access it through some pragmatics and also some strategic issues, I guess. So personally, kind of the data that sits beneath it would be interesting. So for me, if I could just read the questions that I was writing as I was going down, it'd be easier. I want to really understand the kind of quantums and the densities that you're dealing with, and I think that then goes into demographic. People that live, work, and use this environment would be really interesting to know. And also within that, the split in terms of its social and community offer, and that's both the services but also the housing and maybe the workspace that's associated and the amenity. And all of that will allow you to assess where this particular block might sit on that scale, and you may choose to run different models based on different briefs, essentially, for that. What you can't ignore that sits beneath it, though, is kind of economic data as well, and the political demands that this part of our city demand. So there's an economic argument in terms of what this offers, which is really important. So I'm not expecting you to do full appraisals on the scheme, but understanding what the needs, certainly for the area, and what this can offer economically as well as socially and also environmentally, is really important, just to have an awareness of that. That's where the pragmatics bump up against our urban design every day. I think there's the sort of technical requirements of services that are there, and I think we've all talked about different ways that you could do that, but at the moment there's no necessarily information that you've captured about different solutions that you may explore, be it at street level, be it beneath street, be it drone, be it whatever it is, or huge warehouse that then delivers everything out of out. However you think it should be to deliver the overall suitable environment, there are different models for that. And again, you don't need to select one necessarily, but you may review them as part of your research. Street frontage, quality of space, why does everything have to be at street level? You know, can it be below ground to be accessed? Can it be raised? It's segmented at the moment, kind of like a beef burger or a BLT, isn't it? Everything's kind of just in single layers. There's a verticality and a three-dimensionality in section that would be interesting. Everything's an individual block operating in its own right. It would be interesting, certainly at the start of the proposition, to think about how the blocks might interrelate. So is your proposition that each neighbourhood block delivers everything that block needs? Or is it a sequence or a network of blocks that connect in to sort of create richness in the area? Because it's isolated at the moment. And the final thing, probably two things I was going to kind of pitch on, really. You've been very careful to pick the kind of middle. So it's almost familiar to the sort of early stages of a project that we would think about in practice. There's an extremity that you can explore at university, and I'll probably say this a number of times today, really, and it's where you choose to sit on that spectrum of extremity of, do you go really pragmatic, or do you go absolutely at the other end of the scale to that and challenge all of the preconceptions that we have? And at the moment, I don't see the exploration of either end of that, and then where you choose to sit on that scale. It would be interesting to know how far you could push it, or in each direction, and then why you choose to put your proposition where you put it. Would be interesting to ask yourself. And then finally, I think in terms of the presentation, just a bit more clarity in the sections, how you talk through your scheme would be helpful to maybe simplify that process, because you pop in and out, and maybe just break that into a sort of sensible sequence of your exploration, research, test, proposition, and review. That would really help you kind of think through your project, I think. But it's great. Keep going.
You're the official guest, so you should go first.
Thanks, Yani. Yeah, congratulations. It's a great piece of work, and I think I would agree with all of the positive comments from the other juror members so far. As the resident American and someone who doesn't live in London, I feel like it's easy for me to say that I'm actually not as concerned about the kind of lack of specificity to the place or the demographic reality of what you're proposing. It won't ever impact me, so I guess that I'm off the hook in that sense. But I do think that there's something particular about the kind of the way that you're digesting it as, kind of specifically in the way that the building forms and the types are taking place. And so that, in a sense, to me, could be replicated anywhere in the world in a way that, of course, we're going to have to adjust them demographically and specifically to place, but as kind of a pure or an idea of a type, I think it's successful in that sense. Again, as the American in the room, the sort of relationship to the department store is a little strange to me, or I guess maybe I'm not reading it properly in some of the drawings, but the kind of, at least in terms of my personal understanding of American department stores, we usually have, and actually the importation of the open-air shopping mall, which I apologize for, as the American in the room, we usually end up with a sort of anchor at one end of the department store and or the armature of the shopping mall. And so one thing that I think is actually sort of missing from the presentation, and it might just be the way that some of the plan drawings read, but there's kind of not really an anchor to the scheme at the moment. And so in some ways, I think that there were a couple other comments about this sort of atomization of everything being in every building at once, ends up with a lot of very small pieces, as opposed to ever finding a place for us to collect something large. So if in some case you needed to have, it does look like there's a couple spots in some of the podium buildings where you have larger spaces, maybe those steps that take you up to the second level. There's like a yellow spot here in this farthest left building that looks like it has a bigger open space. Those kinds of moments within the scheme, I think, are particularly useful and could be played up even further in the sense that if we end up with like a complete consistency across the scheme, and the through block mobility is great and all of the sort of atomization of those pieces is useful, but at some point having that anchor is also just as purposeful and actually can kind of ground the scheme in a way that both gives it orientation, is useful for wayfinding, but also allows us to incorporate some types of uses and programs that maybe don't fit in some of those other buildings that are being kind of impacted directly by the fineness or the grain of the housing units above as a structure that's going to impact your ground floor and your lower levels as those kind of structural issues become apparent lower on the bottom. So I think that's my main critique of the scheme as a whole is that I'm looking for that kind of larger anchor piece. But otherwise, I think that the collection of uses that you're looking at, and I kind of actually like the hamburger analogy, the layering of things happening kind of in specific places. I think it actually provides a little bit of legibility and kind of clarity in terms of if I show up there and I need to go to a clinic, I don't want to be confused about whether it's on the first, second, or third floor. It's kind of nice to know, oh, all the clinics are at this level. Go up those steps and you'll be in the clinic area. So sometimes that kind of clarity is useful, but that doesn't mean it can't mix in some areas. I think it's just kind of about being strategic about when it happens and when it doesn't. And I think those anchors can kind of give you a sense of how to start to organize some of those pieces together. So, but great work.
Thank you.
It was a very clear presentation, very well delivered. That was great because one really knows what one is talking about. And for me, the main issue is about the relationship between the services and the housing and the city around it. And I think there is a long history in architecture of architects and sometimes clients who have wanted to offer within a housing complex more than housing. The classic example is, of course, the Unité, which has, the street in the air, as it was called, and which was meant to actually replicate at a smaller scale as a kind of microcosm of a city. And the problem, though, is that the street in the air just never really worked. It never actually fulfilled the ambition which were vested in it in the first place, partly because there was not enough people to support it. And also because it was competing with spaces outside. And I guess the question which your project raises in my mind is that the services you actually provide are principally thought about within the context of your scheme rather than within the context of the city at large. And I think that it would be perhaps easier to start with a mix where the services would be, the main connection would be thought of in relation to the city, and that the housing which happened to be in those blocks would actually have some benefits from services being located in the lower level or perhaps within those blocks. And for me, there is a competition between two kinds of models. In other words, one is a kind of traditional urban model, which has a lively street scene with services, etc., mostly happening at ground level. And on the other hand, what maybe we could call the condominium, which have existed for now quite some time, with the services which relate principally to the tenants or the residents inside the block. And to my mind, your project really leaned towards a condominium model. And I am wondering about, I haven't made my mind, but I'm wondering about what might be the right decision in this place and perhaps also more generally. Yeah. I think that maybe also there might be people at the back who want to say something. Students, we love the voice of students more than, we don't have time for that. We don't have time for the student voice. Okay, never mind.
They'll get chances later. Yinmei, that was great. I'll just perhaps sum up on one thing. There were several comments that picked up on the idea of the urban area. What kind of urban area this is? Is it an urban area defined by the characteristics of Whitechapel, the specificity of this named place? Or is it a village? Or is it a neighborhood? Or is it a cluster? Or are we just speaking of a block? And one of the things that you did is you said, I've got this idea that there's a changing understanding of the concept of the neighborhood, and we could use that. And you said, let's relate it back to something from about a century ago in 1929 when Clarence Perry's argument was put forward. And I think one of the things you could do is clarify the status of your project in relation to that. So Perry's idea about how we should innovate, along with many others at the time, was that there should be a kind of general concept for the neighborhood that could be deployed in many, many, many places. And it would be so universal that it could be used as a diagnostic tool. Now, we all know that we make adjustments then to this, to our attitude about the use of that tool in any particular case. But has the concept fundamentally changed? So one question is the generality of your idea. Is it just for here, or is it a wider concept of the transformation of central city environments, their modification? And the second perhaps key point about Perry's idea is that the neighborhood was always understood to be one of many. So a question has been brought up, the larger urban area. As you zoom in, what's the relationship of this to the wider surroundings? And so in Perry's idea, neighborhoods sort of intersect, integrate, collaborate. They work together as part of some larger metropolitan system. And this, I think, gives you some way of thinking both about the idea that this is part of something bigger, but there also might be an innovation that you're looking at in terms of how we would even diagnose or imagine the generality of central city environments. And I think just in terms of the last bit of time you've got, you could sharpen your understanding of the concept status in a way of how you're using the term neighborhood. But thanks very much, great. So we'll now move on to Carla Hu, and Carla, please come up and join us. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Carla, and I'm going to share with you my thesis research. Nowadays, urban regeneration processes are closely associated with knowledge, cultural, and also medical industries. In most cases, mega architecture or mega clusters are formed. Take Whitechapel in London as an example. Existing master plans are dominated by highlight proposals for the Mad City and also the Whitechapel High Street. The Mad City is currently a concentrated campus in a rectangular shape. However, the residential areas are left out as a separate system. Despite being adjacent to each other, there is hardly any beneficial integration between the two. So is it possible to disassemble hospital machines? And is it possible to outsource care-related services into residential environments? Urban grids in this area are showing two distinct patterns. While the current Mad City campus is fitted into a regular grid pattern, on the northern area, housing estate blocks are producing a shearing pattern of streets. Such characteristics are making environments with unique qualities. Cities are composed of repeating conditions. For instance, terrace house block is a very common morphology with strong consistency. One possible strategy to transform this rigid configuration is to introduce infill projects. Infill projects are small, but sometimes being extremely flexible to accommodate services as well as domestic life. The project's shape and size could vary greatly according to specific needs. The perimeter block and the high-rise slab building block are also commonly seen in our cities. Compared to terrace houses, these two morphologies imply less emphasis on urban streets, but instead create a more self-sustained environment. The self-sustained qualities could further be strengthened with a layering model, mixing multiple uses into one single structure. Community and civic life are shifted into the depth of the block. Similarly, the high-rise morphology also supports an autonomous environment. Medical, educational, and research facilities might be integrated into a residential building and generate a new sense of collectivity. So this selected set of 3 block morphologies is testing the possibility of distributing care-related functions into housing environments. Meanwhile, such a dispersed model could be easily found elsewhere and worldwide. Here is a comparative reading of Whitechapel in London with a central urban area in Hangzhou, China. It reveals an alternative pattern by which medical clusters are integrated into the urban fabric. In a concentrated campus like Mad City in Whitechapel, regular and formal interfaces are formed between the institutions. On the other hand, the distributed hospitals and housing environments in Hangzhou are inspiring more spontaneous and informal conversations to take place. There is huge potential to upgrade this residential plus care environment in Hangzhou, even without changing the existing urban morphology. In this case, the slab building morphology remains the same before and after. The compact configuration of slab buildings demonstrates a very strong character in this urban area, and they are producing almost identical housing units with little consideration to integrate high-quality services of civic uses. By adopting an incremental approach and from an inside-out process, the boring slab building typology could also support a variety of services and domestic activities. In a similar manner, a new version of MedCity is put forward here. The dispersed pattern of medical clusters in Hangzhou provides an alternative and complementary solution, working along with the existing MedCity campus. This dispersed pattern allows MedCity to grow in a compact fabric, while distributed services serve as a catalyst to upgrade the residential environments. Nowadays, there is experimental spirit in this field to transform the built environment with small or even minimal anchor points, such as the Granby 4 streets in Britain, or there is something happening here in this perimeter block urban area in Spain, or even in this urban village condition in China of extremely high densities. The contents are often quite versatile. Community gardens, co-working spaces, and in this case, exhibitions and lecture halls are integrated into this outdated residential area. Services, especially healthcare services in a post-COVID era, are becoming a significant sector to function as an anchor point and to upgrade residential environments. It's common to place services on the ground level, such as in these two models. And shared facilities could also be distributed across floor plates, just like in this collective apartment building. Here is another interesting model with incredible flexibility. The micro-units could be either merged or detached to provide spaces with varying sizes. And the star apartments in Los Angeles organize mixed-use functions by means of layering. And in this project, instead of offering services through interfaces towards the streets, it creates an interiorized civic plaza. Based upon these models, common morphologies such as the terrace house block, the perimeter estate block, and high-rise slab building block could be easily upgraded. Each of these morphologies could serve particular contents or programs. A terrace house block could be turned into a rehabilitation complex. A daycare center and a sports facility are situated into the residential environment. Existing terrace houses alternate with micro-unit housing, which would function as transitional hotels. A similar model as the star apartments in Los Angeles is adopted to intensify this perimeter estate block. This layered model of podium, lifted garden, and housing on top resembles shopping mall typologies. This integrated medical plaza is able to accommodate outpatient clinics and retail services under the same roof. And again, the underestimated potential of slab buildings is explored here, but this time with a stacking up model. Medical science today is attaching greater importance to data-based research. With this model, research laboratories, staff accommodation, and apartments are stacking upon each other, and this integration brings closer medical research with local population, turning the residential building into a health data laboratory. How will these models change our service delivery modes? Modern hospitals are built according to basic zoning models, as shown on the left. However, the machine structure fails to perform efficiently with ever-growing expansion. Cases like this hospital in Norway are suggesting another solution to handle this problem. The advantages of a dispersed hospital model are that each component builds its crossovers with other architectural genres, and more importantly, services are delivered in a much more flexible manner. Inpatient wards share crossovers with hotels, and that's why the rigid terrace house typology could also be turned into a rehabilitation facility. Even on such a constrained site, a whole range of care-related everyday facilities could be flexibly integrated. These services will serve multiple groups of end users with differentiated interfaces towards urban streets or internal communities. Flexibility is the major concern for interior layouts in healthcare architecture. The layering of adaptive floor plans suggests the juxtaposition of varying and changing needs. Outpatient clinics share crossovers with shopping malls. The podium volume here delivers a mix of medical and retail services. So shop fronts are no longer relying on streets, but rather civic life is shifted into this interiorized plaza. And similar to the terrace house block, mixed services cater for diversified groups of end users. In this layering model, community-oriented services are concentrated on this lifted garden level. Housing plays a crucial part in this self-sustained environment. Studio units or two-bedroom units are grouped together around a shared living hall. It creates a delightful and collective atmosphere for service providers or employees in this medical retail facility. On the other hand, larger housing units for extended families arrange 4 to 5 bedrooms onto a continuous living, dining, kitchen space. These units are offered to families with special needs for domestic care support. And slab buildings are far more flexible than commonly agreed. Through the section, different programs are organized into this linear single structure. The floor plans are showing its adaptability and flexibility to group research and educational uses with housing in various forms. So far, it has been discussed how the incremental models could regenerate housing environments, redefine service delivery modes, and moreover, it's going to reshape our cityscapes. Here are 3 fragments taken out from the terrace house block. The inaccessible block interiors are now requalified for civic benefits. Still, it's following a street-based pattern, but it's now gaining new qualities. The shearing grids and deep blocks on the north side of Whitechapel Road require a different strategy. The grounds are reshaped by means of layering and stacking vertically. Block interiors or even building interiors are now part of the civic realm. The incremental models discussed here are challenging existing master plans that highlight the institutional campus and the high street. Now the emphasis is shifted to the leftover housing environments. Although it seems to be mild interventions on existing urban morphology, the inside-out process is fundamentally reshaping urban life. And just like how we discussed conditions in Hangzhou, China, these strategies should be applicable to cities elsewhere and maybe worldwide. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
So I really, is it working? Yeah. Really enjoyed the process. There's a clarity to your work and a consistency of thought and process and testing, which is great. So it's really enjoyable process to hear you talk through your work today. and a huge amount of work and commitment to follow the process through rigorously, which is really encouraging, I think. With that comes questions, and more specific questions. And really it's around, for me personally, probably some of the pragmatics again, because I think you're going through research and a very clear proposition for centralised or dispersal, and you're arriving at dispersal as a proposition, which is, I think, a natural response to certainly the context and the organic evolution of this part of London anyway. So it sort of sits with that growth pattern. In contrast to that, what is actually happening within this part of the city is the medical institutions that you're talking about have different land holdings that sit surrounding them. And as one way to grow and release the economic capital to make the investment in their hospital, they have to release parts of the city that they already own. So, which is one way to deliver their centralised model. What this doesn't necessarily do as a dispersal model is generate that income. And it would be interesting for you to sort of just question that in terms of I suppose, the underlying driver for what this would be. That doesn't mean that your proposition here isn't correct in terms of operationally or in terms of an urban proposition, but how it would get to that dispersal would be an interesting thing to explore a little bit of what that could contribute. Equally, large institutions centralise to simplify their management and operation of their entity. So again, with the dispersal model, again, it's not saying that it's the incorrect one, but it would have to address those ideas of how it operates as an entity, because it's much more centralised away from the main entity. So the kind of movement and the efficiencies that come with one entity versus a dispersed needs to be maybe thought about. I'm not expecting you to solve it this minute, but I think these are the things you could start to question that would then underpin what is a very rigorous approach. You can ask those questions. I don't know what the answer is, but that's for you to enjoy, I guess. And then finally, really, it was just a comment to make off the back of it. The variety of media that you use to explore your ideas, both in AXO, sketch, plan, and section, are really. I think it's enriched how you think through your process spatially. Where the area where you may wish to sort of think about and question again is the three-dimensional representations of the space. At the moment, that's a mechanical representation of volume. What would be interesting for us to understand is the characteristic and the feel of those environments that you're suggesting. So as soon as you go into a three-dimensional representation of an internalized space or a perspectivized section, it would be really nice to understand as a human being what it would feel like in your mind in those spaces. But otherwise, really enjoyable.
Thanks, Carla. I guess listening to your presentation, thank you. It was great. I really enjoyed it. I was kind of struck by recent news of care needing to be delivered in the NHS at the moment, like in a hotel. And just because of the pandemic, I suppose, and the amount of people and the kind of discourse around whether that was the kind of space which was, a good place to deliver care, and what that meant and how that would relate to the way that the NHS operates and how they kind of deliver care. Because I think what's really interesting about your project is the fact that you've really challenged that, because you can imagine being in some of these spaces and in a smaller grain building has been incredibly beneficial in terms of like the well-being of people that are in hospital and a really humane way of those services being distributed through a community and what it would be like to receive care in a non-institutional way. I can imagine that being much more accessible and kind of people would want to engage with it much better. It just seems much more humane than approaching this like mega block and knowing that you need to go in there and receive care for whatever reason. I think that the kind of infill typology of distributing that, has benefits in terms of what it might be like how much daylight are in those spaces, how are they arranged, do you always get a view from your bed, and what's the relationship between those services and other kind of community uses is really interesting. And I think that's what kind of came across to me as being really interesting about your project, is to kind of understand the relationship between space and health, I suppose. We'll kind of start with health, we'll kind of get to well-being, and kind of similarly, then like the next step might be to understand, okay, I'm in that hospital environment, I'm receiving care, what is the space like how does it make me feel better on a kind of human level, and how should the kind of architecture and development of hospital spaces, what's the future of that? Because I suppose I've been quite lucky that I haven't had to kind of be in hospital very much in my life, but I can imagine that spending a long time in a huge, deep plan building would be quite debilitating in a way. So I think that the kind of infill aspect of your project is potentially much more interesting than your deep plan proposition, which is, they're almost completely different projects, aren't they? You're kind of reinventing a combination of housing and community uses and delivery of health services in a deep plan, which is kind of an even more complex version of a hospital. And if we kind of relate the idea of the city with all of its elements and the hospital with all of its departments, I think that the kind of spreading out and decentralization to even in a more extreme way is really interesting for you to explore, and kind of focusing on that part of your project, because there'd be so many benefits for urban regeneration, because often these housing developments rely upon activation through retail or through other uses, which don't always happen. So I think having those health provision services integrated in that really granular way could be great, in terms of urban regeneration generally, and a kind of analysis of care provision, how the NHS is kind of structured and how it operates in a new model. It could be something that you could maybe delve into in a bit more detail and kind of talk about some of the benefits of what that might bring. I think that was all, but thank you so much, it was great.
Congratulations again. I think the first two sets of comments were on the money in terms of what's successful about the project. I also really enjoy the dispersal as an idea, and I think that, to Will's point, these kind of infill moments seem really successful as a way of, I think what this slide in particular makes clear is like you're doing a great job of kind of leveraging the existing typologies in the way that you're placing these new objects either within or near them. And so there's this kind of understanding of what's already there and making sure you're capitalizing on the characteristics of something like a terrace block or a slab like you mentioned, and then making sure that translates into what you're adding as both complementary, but also specifically sort of using that context to your advantage. So I think that shows up on this drawing for me very clearly. The one thing that I think was missing in terms of another drawing is actually the sort of time elapsed version of the area. I think that what you and maybe this goes back to something that I think Nick was getting at the beginning in terms of what's the sort of value add to the neighborhood. How are you kind of convincing the council that this is a good idea to spread all of this stuff out as opposed to clustering it? And I think the actual value proposition involves the sort of 10 years beyond the completion of the proposal, 15 years beyond it. The change, the effect that it has on the area is kind of something that maybe doesn't show up in any of the drawings so far. And so there's this, in some ways what we're seeing in this drawing is the immediate effect, right, of you introducing those new pieces into those environments. But there's another step beyond that, that is what happens 10 years after that. If the process continues, what's the version of this that's 5 times as much of that? Or how do these other typologies end up reacting as a result of these new things being introduced into those areas? So I think that's the kind of piece that I think you could consider adding to strengthen the presentation. Yeah. Great work.
Yeah, again, I thought really interesting as well. I guess what I question is the actual clarity of what is the program that you want to bring in. Obviously, there are 2 models you're talking about, the infill model, which I would call, to simplify it all, a hospital, a medical facility of some sort, which is kind of integrated. And then you have the second model, which I would basically call a piece of city. We are seeing our high streets now changing very quickly, and healthcare is not just about being sick. So, you see beauty parlors, you see dental practices coming into empty stores on high streets, giving life to the city. And that happens everywhere. It's a London thing, but it's also global. It is a very easy thing to bring into the high street to make it live again. So that we see, and that's quite easy. Servicing is not that difficult. I guess when you start to look at bringing things together and collecting them, as in this model, I guess that's where other questions arise. The first question to me in terms of program is, those types of facilities usually are not just about treating people that are ill. They are about also research, for example. So how does research work together with that? Where are you going to put that in? And in that, I would expect to see kind of a little bit more of planning of how that would work. The insertion of those types of integrated elements, and that's even before we start to talk about all the ancillary facilities you need and ambulances and stuff, would be great to understand what type of facility that is. And then possibly for me, what I would look to have is then to understand how it works. So I think that's quite an interesting one to kind of look at. I think the interesting thing conceptually that you're looking at is how to bring those kind of 2 models together. I really like the sketch of kind of Whitechapel and the High Street and things kind of lining up along the High Street, and then a block back you have this kind of infill opportunity where you bring that in. But again, I think the specificity of how you service those 2 is very different. And it's very difficult to actually, I guess, curate those 2 because they operate on very different modes of how you service them, how you use them, how you get into them. I really like your sketches about, that kind of sketch on the other block, for example, how you go up to an upper level and you have this kind of level where you can operate within the block. It was difficult a little bit to understand how it would work with a context outside of it. And I guess that's what you have to kind of possibly balance, how you kind of give a level of, I guess, control to the infill element that you bring in. On the other hand, how you open it up to kind of the city context. So again, I think really interesting. What I found again lacking is the ability for me, at least as an audience, to understand the detail. Because I guess when you get into those types of levels, especially with the infill, the detail is really important. The one thing I'd like to finish with is an interesting, again, concept of, I guess, us as urbanists, when we want to bring in, I guess, health into a piece of city. If you look at Finland, for example, where they take that very seriously as a nation, it's a national strategy. The strategy is actually to bring in things to the cities which would take the burden off the need for big hospitals, big complex elements of, ambulances running around, and also, a lot of the investment, which is very expensive, to build big hospitals in cities. Are we going to need them in 20, 30, 50, 100 years? Probably less. So I guess what Finland as a country has taken is a task of kind of planning the city better for kind of, what we call now active travel, but also looking at healthcare systems at people's homes, looking at aging. I mean, aging is also another element that's quite important when you start to discuss care. It doesn't mean those people are sick and they need treatment. It just needs that it's part of this equation of kind of looking after people's health and well-being in a city. So I guess if you thought about it more conceptually, your model of trying to bring those kind of 2 models together, if you thought about the third layer, which I would see as just a piece of healthy city, a city that kind of incentivizes people to to act in a more healthy way, then I think maybe your thesis could be actually quite radical, which is about how you take this kind of burden of an NHS or some another entity having to bring in a lot of money to build health facilities, but actually what you are proposing is something very different. You're actually saying to to the NHS or someone else, whoever is your client, actually you don't need to do that. There's other ways you can look at a city in a much more punctual way. You can actually invest less and actually create better outcomes in this kind of city context that you're dealing with. So again, really interesting and congratulations.
Am I allowed? Good. For me, the really interesting question is the extent to which issues of health can be decentralized. And I'm not only talking about professional care coming from hospitals or GPs and so on. I'm going to make these points particularly because you have put housing together with health facilities, whatever that means. And I think that there is one very important aspect which is very rarely discussed in matters of health, which is the ability which people generally have to care for one another. And I mean this very literally, that in the way we deal with our own health and the health of people we know, the input which individuals, ordinary people, have in taking care of others is very significant, I think. And you, in your project, by choosing to put housing specifically as opposed to other things, together with health facilities, you actually opened that possibility. You gave it to yourself on the plate. And it makes me wonder whether some of the health facilities which you identify as professional facilities might be complemented by facilities which are run by the tenants themselves, which I think would be a really interesting idea in my mind. Yeah. But it's a nice scheme. Yeah.
Actually, just very quickly on that, you might want to read what Hilary Cottam has written about radical welfare and how distributed models which look at collective involvement through existing residence associations and so on and so forth help restructure out the paradigm of what care is, who delivers it, and how we support it. So that might just be a reference for you to include in your wider study.
Well, I think you've received a number of really helpful comments. It just perhaps summing up one set of things that I think kind of come together and might be improved in some of these drawings. It was suggested by Elad that there might be a third layer to this, and I think this has been picked up on by quite a few of the comments, that there's almost a different sort of health and well-being paradigm. And maybe that suggests that would be experienced as a wider landscape of health and well-being. And one thing that strikes me is that in a lot of your drawings, there remains a neutrality to the streetscape, and there remains a kind of neutrality to the way in which you're describing the landscape of the interior of the block. And what you might imagine in some of these drawings is that we begin to see the way in which streets, Elad's point was the changing high street, but the way in which streets and interior blocks change from the point of view that there's now a landscape, an extensive landscape that is differentiated and given hierarchy in a new kind of way. Now, and I think there was also the point that there's perhaps a wider series of actors and participants in this process, and so the investment in it is no longer so controlled or centralized from the point of view of the NHS, but is becoming broadened. And this range of actors now participating in the rethinking of a health and well-being landscape, in some ways they require, in order to act effectively and pragmatically, as I think you're pointing out, it's a quite pragmatic approach, but that needs to be given vision. And right now, what I think is slightly missing is the sense of a wider vision of change for Whitechapel, how this comes to be expressed as something where we can start to see the streets and the blocks changing in terms of their character. And that might be just something you could work on for the last few days of the thesis. Anyway, Carla, thank you very much. A beautiful project. I appreciate it very much. As we move on to the next pair, I'm going to ask Elena to say a couple of words about the next two projects.
Hi, so just very briefly, and welcome to anyone who might be viewing this remotely. We have not forgotten that you might indeed be in the room by other means. So next up we'll have Mahum and Pratibha, who are going to be presenting projects or explorations which look at, let's call them infrastructures of support. One is based in Chennai and one in Whitechapel again. What holds the conversation together, I think, is this challenging of what new paradigms of support might be in conditions which deal with, let's call them matters of concern, which range from homelessness in Whitechapel to climate events in Chennai related to sea level rise or the degradation of wetlands, and indeed the need to support a rapidly urbanized periphery. So hopefully these projects will draw to our attention the role and scope of architecture in, again, providing not only typological and morphological innovations, but through those, thinking through new institutional and governance models to drive that change forward.
So today I'll be discussing wetlands, an alternative approach to living alongside large natural voids. Planetary urbanization alongside a human-induced climate crisis is exposing intersecting challenges of rapid urbanization, sea level rise, salination of potable water, and wetland degradation and urban flooding in many coastal areas. The design-led research looks at what it means to live in wetter lands and how the design of a new civic institution and artifact provides principles for new forms of cohabitation. In doing so, the artifact, situated alongside the fragmented wetland in the ever-expanding urban periphery, draws the following questions to our attention. Can we formulate regenerative morphologies of development that enable riparian systems to coexist alongside human habitation? Can the artifact, a civic support center, which we call a kullam, serves as an infrastructure to restore wetlands and provide additional social and civic support functions to neighborhoods? Can an artifact which is locally responsive drive shifts in policy formulation and a more complex assembly of stakeholders at a regional scale? Taking Chennai in South India as a sample of an analogous condition, we see how the process of rapid and ever-expanding urbanization leads to degradation of wetlands, which have historically served as natural flood defense systems and habitats. What was previously a riparian condition of complex ecologies and systems is now a terrain of fragmented discontinuities. The remnants of the wetland system are now patches or voids seen as barriers of urbanization. The immeasurable importance of the wetland as infrastructure that support life have been overlooked. Can this process be reversed? The argument is that the provision of a civic support center, which offers a range of facilities and services that drive collective life, will also provide the physical infrastructure needed to deal with flooding and water attenuation. The kullam, in this sense, is a variant of a traditional temple compound, and the physically missing link forming continuities in a fragmented wetland system. It is both a local artificial wetland, a civic hub, and a part of a wider territorial strategy of land use management, water management, and wetland restoration. The Kulam, as the name suggests in the local language, a percolation area, enables natural and civic services to percolate and irrigate the wider territory. Its basic scope brings in a crossover between a public grain storage and a distribution system, a job center, ecological research center, rainwater attenuation, and an emergency shelter. A module area of 1,800 square meters that can be developed sequentially to up to 25,000 square meters through a multi-stakeholder development model. Through three key areas of analysis, we start to reveal the character, potential, and behavior of the Kulam. Drivers of transformation by reassembling the wetland strategy, typological formation by formulation of principles of gradient, structure, surface, and voids, and institutional formations. By applying the principle of landscape ecologist Richard T. Foreman's reading of heterogeneous human and modern human landscapes as mosaics constituted by patches, corridors, and matrices, we start to notice the following patterns in Chennai. What we see is a pattern of industrial development corridors along linear transport routes, an undifferentiated dense pattern of peri-urban development that forms a background matrix, and a fragmented distribution of wetland that could be read as patches in a field of peri-urban sprawl. Taking an 8-kilometer stretch of information technology-driven industrial corridor towards the right, parallel to the coast as a primary stretch of analysis, what is revealed is a landscape of patches of wetlands that have over the time fragmented from large expanses to smaller, more dispensed patches. Foreman's work is instructive not only in how to read the impact of urbanization and its disturbances on the territory, but also it helps raise questions of land management to develop principles which allow for the restoration of natural habitats and hydrological systems. We can start to rehabilitate the edge wetland patches through the insertion of an artifact, a physical form that serves as to reinstate naturalized water management principles, supporting the movement of species. In landscape ecology, an ecotone is described as a region of transition between various habitats. Looking at the wider coastal strip, we see a clear threshold and transitions between vestigial natural biomes or urbanized corridors. Can the Kulam become an artificial ecotone that bridges and links across different natural and artificial habitats, in so doing become a corridor linking between wetland patches or becoming a differentiated civic patch within an undifferentiated matrix of sprawl? Can it become a sub-center serving both a local community and a local more than human ecology? So, to summarize the assembly of the topographic sinks, the Kulam needs to overlay as a patch, a civic hub as an urban void, carrying collective services, and the Kulam as an ecotone or a threshold between distinctive environments and habitats. Here, patch, void, ecotone become conceptual drivers of the typological formation of the artifact as an infrastructure of transformation. While the focus of this chapter are the key spatial elements, structure, surface, gradient, and boundary for the layering of an ecotone, we will also refer to the unique morphology of a historic temple complex, as this showcases principles that inform the core elements of a Kulam. The key element of a historic temple complex includes the clustering of enclosed solid and voids framed by a permeable colonnade structure that filters both social and hydrological functions. Gradient. Traditionally, a mandapam served as a ritual ambulatory path. These structures built the capacity of a contained void, the courtyards and atria, to host events and provide facilities and services for the wider neighborhood. To this end, they serve to define circulation and congestion. The Kulam deploys a series of colonnaded structures of differing widths, heights, and extents to define circulatory routes, but also to host a range of open-air activities and services, that is from cultural events to even vaccination drives. This can be extended into a three-dimensional weave. while providing a range of covered, semi-covered, built and unbuilt spaces to host a range of activities. This open weave facilitates spaces of general assembly, spaces in which common concerns and commonly agreed responses to the concerns can be co-designed. Local residents become active stakeholders in governance models, in local governance processes that respond to the city's ecological, hydrological, and social challenges. This quite literally establishes common ground, like the mandapam in the vernacular temple complex. Structure. A thickened facade doubles as a structure that confines and negotiates porosity. A 30 by 30 meter module that hosts constantly evolving stacked activities while responding to heat and weather conditions to a hot and humid climate. A facade that evokes a character of a buffer shell that also doubles as an accessible vertical landscape in Corbusier's Mill Owner Association in India is pushed further. A passive quality of an evolving facade similar to Neutling's habitat in the city, Yves Lyon's Domus de Maine, and Sejima's Gifu apartments, a 3-meter deep facade can be imagined as a public service wall with public toilets or small tea cafes hosting a unique active domestic landscape. Surface. Kulam is an institution that hosts a dialogue between actors within the water, food, and waste management industry, all of which are essential for supporting the growth of the urban area. An educational component is added by incorporating an ecological research institute that can anchor the artifact and promote the use of landscape as an educational practicing ground. As events inside get multiplied, we see an extension of interior spaces to outdoor verandas and terraces. A rolling ground enables expansion and contraction of spaces and their quality to host events. The kulam literally enables the percolation of activities within and beyond the site. Interlocking surfaces, atria, and voids create a 3-dimensional weave of collaborative surfaces and a learning landscape with differentiated covered and semi-covered spaces. The Friendship Center in Bangladesh and the temple complex on the top are relevant examples that both deploy clustering and an articulated ground to host a variety of activities. Speaking of the surface, though the wetlands are large in scale, due to their natural landscape act as sponges. They only transfer a comparatively small amount of water to the groundwater table. This is where a man-made system of percolation tanks at an urban scale is deployed in the historic Indian cities. The pre-colonial town of Chennai has a network of 10 tanks varying in size and scale, inlaid within an extremely fine grain of settlement. Their multifunctional and seasonal capacity is what makes them crucial to the urban void. The kulam is a variant on this ancient technology and constitutes this vital infrastructure as a way of reassembling the wetlands through built forms. The inherent morphological pattern of interlocking clusters has the potential to expand and inform the morphology and typological transformations of surrounding developments. The morphological extension is able to host typological variants, accommodating housing and other activities. However, this is not a precondition. A dynamic boundary which is able to respond to conceptual parameters enable the kulam to either be read as a mat structure or as a defined complex with open porous boundaries. This as a principle and a territorial strategy can be imagined as a performance void on the existing tanks or new developments to a more locally integrated fragmented network of ecotones that are capable of driving the character of type and pattern of patch of its immediate neighborhood. Now, kulam, a human-engineered system within the larger hierarchy of natural hydrological bodies, we could start to rearrange the scenery with support thresholds in between homogeneous urban patches that influence and enhance the character of the neighborhood. For the development of different kulam types, 4 urban resources are supported, bringing together a state food grain distribution store, a localized waste management system, and an ecological research institute with a job center for the immediate community. the involvement of public, civic, and indeed private developers in the secondary and the tertiary layers for the Kulam Island is fundamental to ensure stakeholder engagements and the visibility and longevity of the center. The involvement of a state to enable and cross-subsidize the acquisition of site and to coordinate the active involvement in resident associations in design making is crucial to developing models that seek to manage land use, water, and indeed service provision to a wider neighborhood. This enables collective life to flourish in urbanizing areas. The pattern of development along the movement corridors consists of a primary and a secondary layer. The primary layers have high-value sites and high-value frontages, while the secondary layer hosts larger sites. This secondary layer therefore allows larger institutional developments which the government can subsidize. Value can be enhanced and recouped through the ability to host a range of activities that can be rented out to generate revenue streams to support community-based activities. What the Kulam draws to our attention is the management of wetter lands and how the management will drive the transformation not only of an artifact, morphologies and landscapes, but also institutional and governance models. Together, they become active custodians of the built and more than human environments. This requires a multi-scalar approach as a part of a wider watershed, wider ecology, and a more dynamic system of governance that works beyond politic agendas and election timescales. The history of how the Dutch have devised innovative water management bodies and procurement models and maintenance flood defense mechanism is instructive in terms of scale of national, regional, and local investments and commitments required to ensure coastal communities continue to thrive. Paradoxes related to artificial and naturalized water management approaches and indeed false sense of security are an additional dimension that can be considered. How we manage to thrive and survive in wetlands, in wetter lands, will bring forth new governance model, new institutional typological forms that are open and supportive to change. A hierarchy of critical artifacts can be envisioned along the periphery of the island, building resilient water management networks, while the inner, smaller scale artifacts acts as a knowledge efficiency builder. These artifacts are then connected by a series of voids that can be planned along the topographic sinks on a larger scale connected to fragments of wetland infrastructure while not compromising density along the periphery. Through an engaged institutional and governance model with oversight over a longer time frame and with a sense of legacy, we could start to imagine what Richard T. Foreman would call a whole landscape, a land mosaic or a hybrid territory that hosts a range of ecologies, facilities, and a way of collective life. The Kulam is a critical artifact, an ecotone, an infrastructure of ecological and civic support for intensive cohabitation that does not sit on the wetland but around the wetland in coastal peri-urban areas, giving us a framework of living in wetter lands as an alternative future to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, an amazing amount of work that you've done. I feel as though taking in a lot of information in the last 10 minutes. Obviously, it's a very different context to the one that we're used to working on projects within. So it's great to see the amount of work that you've done. I think on this project is quite amazing. You've covered what seems to be like very in-depth research. You've got a great range of drawings, and I think that they kind of convey and kind of come across really well, so I kind of commend you for that. I think you started to get to it at the end of your presentation. I think the thing that I was trying to understand when you were talking is you kind of very clearly set out the kind of issue at the beginning, the challenge of the project, and how what you are proposing is going to overcome it or kind of enhance it or improve a situation in some way. The kind of degradation of this natural landscape. And I feel as though what your architectural solution is and how that kind of solves the problem didn't really come across until near the end of your presentation. So what I was kind of expecting to see at the beginning was a kind of new way of building or a typology of architecture which pauses or kind of enhances the kind of regeneration of the wetlands ultimately, and what is the relationship between the spaces and the water, and kind of how do you inhabit that space and what does it feel like as a new model of building and kind of a counterpoint to the rapid urbanization which is kind of causing these problems. I think it would, maybe this is how you structure your presentation, but kind of presenting your new way of building and your solution earlier, and kind of allowing your research to kind of inform that and reference that throughout what you're talking about, because it's very in depth, and it's really great to see how that was the bit for me that was kind of I struggled to get from what you were saying. But I think everything that you've shown is very interesting, and I think you've used lots of different mediums, and it kept me very interested because all of your drawings are kind of a different character and were presented very well. And I feel as though they were strong kind of across the board in terms of diagram and kind of 3D representation. So kind of commend you for that. And I think it'd just be good to perhaps restructure and just be very clear like how the building responds to the issue very directly. It's quite a pragmatic comment, but I think it would really enhance the way that you present it. So thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. I think there's a lot here, and I think to Will's point, we're as a jury probably sort of not particularly well suited to respond to some of the specifics of the locality, and so that's where you've done a great job of trying to kind of detail as much as you can for us. I think on a kind of side comment, base pragmatism level, I think you should know that as the result of that sort of being the context of the presentation, it would be helpful if there's a little bit more clarity about what's proposal and what's kind of existing fabric. I think in some of the drawings it was a little difficult to tell. That burden is unfortunately a little bit more on you than some of your classmates who are working in London, where we're able to recognize things and kind of position ourselves within the context very easily. But I think some of these later drawings do a great job of that. And I think to build on Will's last comments, I think I also felt like the part that was weakest maybe is that final moment of the actual relationship of the architecture to the water, and those moments of understanding. Obviously, we're all kind of grasping the concept of the sort of field condition that you're laying out for us, and there's a relationship happening between the structures and the water, and that's obviously the kind of moment that's most important within the context of the problem that you've set up for us. And so I think one thing that made it a little difficult was when you started to dissect the architectural elements, the thickened facade, the surface, those sorts of things. It seemed like the water kind of disappeared from some of those drawings all of a sudden, and so that relationship gets a little bit fuzzy. And I think there's a moment there where with some of the first slides you presented of that kind of sprawl, there's a sort of scary moment there of realizing, well, if the water isn't really, really integrated, like at some point someone's going to say like, well, it's been dry all summer, quick, build something that like we can take over some of that part of where the water's supposed to go, right? That's the historic issue, isn't it? That as those spaces are identified as empty for a moment, then they're suddenly occupied and we've lost the wetland. So in a way, I think what might really strengthen the architectural element of the project is some way of building, or at least showing us that you're thinking about building as a way of maintaining and sort of preserving those water areas in a way that what you're building prevents future development in a way, as a sort of stopping point of the growth, right? The building actually becomes a sort of network or a framework that doesn't allow the sprawl to continue, and so that moment where the building actually touches the water becomes super important. So I think that's the spot that I think you could try to beef up for the last couple of weeks here.
Yeah, thank you. I really like this diagram actually, because I think at a kind of strategic conceptual level, I think your project is really interesting. The question of how you harness water in kind of the heart of an urban or a peri-urban environment is really interesting. So well done for that. And I think, again, huge amount of work and really interesting explorations. I guess where where my questions start to kick in are kind of, how do you do that? And you spoke about kind of engineering, and I guess, I think it's been touched on here. I mean, engineering is complex when you deal with water, and water flooding especially. And I agree. I mean, that picture that you showed of, a big street which is completely flooded and people kind of running with boats and everything. I mean, that's not a nice thing to have. That's a tragedy. So the main question, when you look at kind of engineering and you take water seriously is, how do we prevent water from kind of doing that? And, is your project about building a dam somewhere there and then everything is protected and then you deal with the environment? I guess not. That's not your proposition. Or are you starting to deal with those little coulombs, these little pockets within the wetland, and starting to shape those as kind of environments where you are protected from being flooded and your property kind of going bust. But at the same time, you're also celebrating the water and you kind of let it in. So I completely agree. That place where you interface with, the built, the unbuilt, but with the water's edge is really critical. And I guess what I was trying to look for and didn't find is the detail of how you do that. And there are examples. I mean, if you look at very famous project, Hafen City in Hamburg, for example, where, water was taken very seriously. Obviously, there is a big system of kind of how you control water, but at the same time, the place allows itself to flood a little bit and water to fluctuate because the urban environment sets itself at a level where it's not just lifted off the water's level, it's also creating a gradation of how you interface with the water. Quite similar to what you showed in the temple typology, the ghat typology where you have those steps kind of going down to water, water can come up. I guess in a temple, which is very contained, again, as you spoke about it really nicely, it's a proven typology, it works. But in an urban environment which needs to bring in, I guess, workplace, residential, living, other types of facilities, healthcare and everything, it's a bit more complex. You can't control it with kind of a central court. So I guess in your project, what I was looking for is how does the Coulomb does that? How does it do it? And some of the pictures you've shown us, you've shown some illustrations, they've all been very hard. And I guess, what I'd be looking for is to see a bit more of a softness into it. How does the hard landscaping, and you spoke about landscaping, how does the hard landscaping kind of balance itself, which is, I guess, more engineered, balance itself with a more soft landscaping, which also has to be engineered? How do those kind of create an urban environment which is interesting, which harnesses the water, and kind of makes that regional diagram work at a local scale? I guess that's where, if you had a bit more time, that's where I'd look to kind of see it. It's the detail of that. But again, otherwise, really interesting and again, really a relevant issue, because I guess today, and I think that's another important thing. Today, when when we deal with cities, there are a few things we deal with as regards to risk, if you like, and water is kind of top of the list, one of the top of the list. Resilience from kind of not being flooded, is it 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, will set cities apart from others. So I guess if you are able to kind of build kind of a wetland environment into places which are kind of productive and beautiful as well, and take that in, then you're very successful. So well done for this thesis.
So thank you for taking time to talk us through that. The challenge with your project, I think, is also probably its strength in many ways, the depth of content and research that you've done. You've obviously committed to the project and really absorbed yourself in it. What that challenge that presents to us today is being able to kind of internalize that information, process, and provide feedback on something that you hold all the knowledge on, in essence. So some of the comments that we provide are going to be, I guess, more in terms of structure of presentation, personally for me, and trying to help you maybe describe perhaps the process that you're going through and that you've been through, and reflect on that. And then maybe that would act as a good conclusion really to the work, the immense work that you've done really in through the process. So you'll have to forgive me if some of the comments I make are quite simple in some respects. I guess, interestingly, there's a conversation perhaps to have within the cohort as a group, really talking through your work. A presentation is very different from kind of a thesis in terms of your proposal. So this is a slightly different setting in terms of how to communicate and the narrative to generate. Now, I'm under no illusions that you've got a huge amount of work to generate. And actually probably this, in that process, is a difficult moment because you're trying to complete the exercise by the end of the month. But this format is slightly different from that process. So at some point, in advance of this, it's helpful just to take a moment, think through how you might want to talk through your project, think about what are the really pertinent issues, think about the audience that's here today, what you might want to communicate. It'd be a slightly different way to talk about your proposal, so it doesn't have to be absolutely sequential. So the thought that sprung to me when you were talking is I really wanted to know what your proposition was at the start so that I could kind of link into what your work that you then went through kind of delivers. So it was really difficult. So you kind of left the proposition right to the end, and I was still trying to wrestle with what that might be in a way as I was trying to absorb all the information. So that would help. There's a step change perhaps between research and proposal, and then it kind of goes back a little bit again, and it sort of gets a little bit mixed for me to try and stay with you and understand where you're kind of going with it. But that's strategically, I guess. None of these are problems. They're just kind of the process that we all go through. We constantly reflect and refine how we deliver a narrative to take our audience on the journey with us, really, to understand the work that we are developing and the proposal that is at the end of that process. Some questions, as always, that popped up as I went through. So if I could kind of just refer to those and go through that, I think that might help. So I think if I was trying to sort of simplify the overall thought process, what came through really is I was trying to understand the differentiation between elements of your project and the importance of some things, maybe less importance of others, and some of the key characters. And this diagram is a really good example of that. Actually, I think there's quite a consistency in terms of your graphic approach, but there's not enough variety for me to really understand what you place importance on or not. Everything has the same. It's presented in a similar style. So, for example, I don't know within this particular diagram what are the areas of real importance that you're particularly looking at. Is it everything? It may well be. But there might be areas that you want us to focus on or talk to us about today, which was hard to understand. And in really simple terms, if we're talking about environmental or ecological strategic planning, which I guess is what we're talking about here, overlaid with housing and urbanity, I don't see any reference yet to the kind of natural environment that you're suggesting. And I think I'd really like to get a feel for that. Whether that's through tone, three-dimensional representation, precedent, I'm not too concerned about what that would be, but I would like to understand that. And certainly that was evident in some of your three-dimensional representations of the spaces you're creating. They're quite stark, and I don't know actually if that's really what you intend, whether they actually want to be more natural. Okay, so at the moment, I guess I'm trying to wrestle with the balance between the housing side of things and the water management side of things at the moment. There's a lot of emphasis on the water management, which I understand is then servicing the housing, but I'd like to understand the housing a little bit more, if possible. Did I understand that this was a human-made system, not a natural system? Is that correct?
Could you repeat that again, please?
So from the column is a human-made artificial system, not a natural system.
It is a human-made artificial system. It's almost like a percolation tank, and
Yep.
further courtyards can be added to simulate a wetland. So it's not really on the wetland.
Yep. So that's my point, really, I guess, is I think this may have... What I'm interested to know in terms of is artificial system, not a natural system. Wow. Artificial. Artificial Nick asking the questions. So my question, now that I've been knocked off my train of thought, would be, actually, it's about critique. So going through your research, and your proposition. I personally am quite interested in your view and your critique of whether actually an artificial system is appropriate in the environment that we're now in, and should it be a more naturalized environment, or could you envisage facilitating that? I think that's a big question, personally.
Can I respond to that?
Absolutely, yeah.
So basically, these natural systems already exist within that territory. It's just that a lot of people are not able to like understand how to interact with those systems. So I think that's the case where instead of an intimidating large void and direct interaction with that, a smaller artificial system might work. It might help them interact and learn what the landscape is, understand what the landscape is. I understand that in most of my renders, everything was almost sort of like a hard landscape. I think I'm still getting there in terms of time and process. But most of it is envisioned to be something that's more permaculture oriented or more artificial wetland, simulated wetland oriented. So it is almost of a smooth landscape, but I think that's not been conveyed in the three-dimensional part of it yet. Yeah. But I'll work on that.
So put that proposition right up front, is what I would say.
Right.
That's your position, that's your step that you're standing on, and that's fine. But then we could have a conversation about that. And then where you sit on that scale of artificial versus completely natural, and how you might encourage that. Thank you for that. The sequence, really, and the hierarchy of uses, and all of that, how that overlaps onto the system would be really helpful for me. And that can be really simply defined within a diagram. And that's all of the uses and a program that would be in this entity would be great to understand, I think. And I guess two further things, I guess, is really the extent of enclosure, shared spaces and open spaces, both with human populated and natural, would be great to kind of get a feel for that. And I suppose the final thing really is understanding how it's implemented over time. So it's kind of that phasing and that sequence. I could see that being a really interesting illustration, really, to kind of allow us to connect to what's in your thought process of how that might be implemented to become a realised proposition. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Pratibha. Just for the sake of time, I'll save my comments for another time with you, but let's have our last speaker for the morning. If Mahum is ready, great, Mahum, come on up.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, what an absolutely inspiring moment and morning this has been for all of us. My name is Mahum, and today I will be presenting, this is not the first page. Today I will be presenting my research entitled No Place Like Home. Over the last decade, there has been an emphasis in designing for the displaced. With regional initiatives like Housing First, we have begun to reevaluate the provision of social care within city centers. Although architecture cannot solve homelessness, as spatial practitioners, we can explore paradigms of care and hospitality that facilitates and fills these urban gaps. These notions can be traced back to institutional models that catered for the displaced, establishments such as Toynbee Hall and YMCA that provided a landscape of civic support. Although noble in principle, these models typically provided a hostel-like configuration of arrangements, a procurement model that offered little to no spatial opportunities. Today, my proposal will explore an alternative approach to care and hospitality through a typological reconfiguration, by approaching homelessness from an alternative paradigm, one that argues that the displaced need to be linked to existing systems of civic support. Taking these principles forward, this study will test a spatial and institutional model for how care can be housed and deployed. The interventions will explore firstly the scale of the domestic, then the holistic artifact, and lastly will end out the study of the urban area. All of these scales will be explored through the opportunities of an open structure. To test this attachment to existing civic landscape, my study today is situated in Whitechapel, within an existing biomedical cluster. Whitechapel presents an interesting urban condition with key armatures and social infrastructure already put in place. It suggests patterns of consistencies that have been influenced by the railway lines, and it presents an array of typological configurations. The rigid block arrangement to the south contradicts the urban irregularities we see on the north. There is interesting visual and spatial looseness to the arrangement of elements. What is unfortunate here, though, is the social deprivation the new development has brought forward. Although Whitechapel has historically been an area populated by immigrants, it has shifted its priorities and as a result forced the displaced away. The urban area also presents second-tier opportunistic conditions, which I will be testing the notions of hospitality within today. With close proximity to the NHS cluster, the 100 by 40 meter site will host the experiment of new domains of collective living with integrated support systems. To preface my study, a key typological driver of my research focuses on the potential of the open structure. A 4 by 4 by 6 meter model used today was established due to its cost effectiveness, its ability to host an array of activities, and the institutional framework that it enables. Referencing the theories put forth by Job Hartgen, the proposal today explores support as part of the public domain, structurally permanent, while the infill belongs to the residents and is completely, to some extent, malleable. So that public participation and freedom of choice of users is the key objective. To enable the transformation, we ask, what if architecture disregarded its formal form and left behind a setting, a configuration that allowed for assembly and reassembly of spaces? If we were to establish that the displaced typically do not follow a nuclear family organization, can we rethink the spatial perception of boundaries? Present a transition of spaces that mirrors the nomad movements of its residents. The rereading of the domesticity allows activities to be broken down into societal units, which can then be reconstructed within the empirical boundaries of an open structure. The proposal explored these quantitative implications within the perimeters of a 96 cubic meter structure, which allows for the arrangement of 2 floors to be clustered together. This support structure can facilitate a sequence of intimate to social spaces. Building on the ideas proposed by Rick and Yamamoto, the formation of type was explored at the scale of the domestic, where the smallest unit of society becomes the individual instead of the dwelling unit or even a family. Configuring these building blocks of spaces, the model clusters 10 units together, presenting each cluster with opportunities of engagement and a sequence of transitions in, through, and along the framework. The close interlocking of supportive functions collaborates and generates financial value, bringing forth a financial model that possesses the capacity to sustain a social purpose of the building. This arrangement then allows for the floor plates to be manipulated as each cluster is considered an independent formation of the collective, presenting an array of institutional actors that has the spatial potential to be rearranged, a model of incremental delivery as the quantitative need presents itself. An interesting exemplar deploys the strategy of livable transparency is the NA House in Tokyo. Although conceptually executed to a different resolution, the extraction of space as a concept is very interesting. The transition from one unit to another becomes smooth, almost seamless, so the volume may be lived in all its potential. Each design part connects to the next. What is interesting here is not just what people do, but also the form of their movement within the space. Similar principles were used in La Borda, our cooperative project in Barcelona. The model demonstrates a collaborative institutional system, one that focuses on an open participation design with the architects were, to some extent, the residents. Based on a non-speculative housing system, the emphasis is on the value rather than the financial ownership. Readapted within my proposal, the spatial fluidity of the stairs plays a key anchoring role, while the more private activities are clustered towards the street frontage. Both exemplars are structurally gauging to create transparency which, though successful as a public domain, was reconfigured to cater to the sensitivity housing the displaced requires. Building on these principles of domesticity, the 56 permanent and transitional housings were arranged parallel to one another. The typological arrangement allows the accommodation of privacy and domestication across planes, a gradation of supportive armatures mediated by form. The voids create a transition of spaces, each presenting a different set of thresholds. Although access to the permanent dwellings follow a conventional format, the transitional housing units require a greater sensitivity towards privacy. The secondary galleries allow residents to enter and leave the dwellings whenever they desire, allowing people to transition into the units at odd timings. These armatures then become points of exchange and interaction, the hierarchy of services between spaces for the residents to domesticate with looseness within the fixed open structure. Embracing the characteristics of Whitechapel, the spaces promote visual and functional disparity for its residents. Interactive surfaces as a tool to deliver support is a prevalent theme that is deployed within the entire proposal, not just within the dwelling arrangements. Implementing the principles of John Barkin, the infill spaces do indeed belong to the residents. At the scale of the artifact, these principles are deployed on the active ground, used as a flow of not just people and vehicles, but social support. These surfaces aim to enable the invisible currents within the urban context. The armatures begin to create a varying dimension and have the capacity to host support, interconnected through the elevated path and a series of lobbies marked here in red. The ground floor becomes free space for the people. This allows for the open structure to integrate activities such as independent 24-hour urgent care center, as well as government support and employment facilities. The voids are utilized as services of assembly as they facilitate food distribution linked to the industrial kitchen. A key design characteristic here were the lobby because they provided transparency within the artifact. Here it becomes really important how the people were received before they went into the dwellings. The liberation of floor plate also allowed for meanwhile events such as temporary donation drives to encourage collaboration between stakeholders. But beyond the spatial potential of the ground floor, the ranges of niches and alcoves serve a deeper purpose. They could begin to accommodate people with temporary tents as they psychologically move to more stable dwellings. The ground floor becomes a literal transition from street to shelter. Ultimately, the open structure is used to facilitate the domestic, incremental delivery, gradation of armatures, and cross-intervention between actors. Returning to the argument that social provision is an extension of civic activities, the proposal explores alternative paradigms of how care should be housed and deployed. If an anchoring institute is key to deliver cross-cutting provision of social care, can we use a polycentric logic of distribution, a constant readaptation within different urban conditions? It is important here to note that though the open structure is a fundamental part of my research, the empirical attributes are almost irrelevant to the study. The dimension value of 4 by 4 by 6 is not predetermined. In fact, the empirical value is subject to change based on the varying availability of different conditions. But the important thing here is that once it's fixed, it takes on meaning. Bringing the attention back to Whitechapel, at an urban context, can we test these principles within infill site conditions or as an extension of the NHS cluster, a model where framework replaces form and support becomes a conductor of function? Can these armatures of care be manipulated as a hygiene center where people can come and access showers within small infill sites, or perhaps even a center of well-being and psychological assistance that becomes an extension of the NHS campus? Through a spatial and institutional reconfiguration, we must begin to rethink the outdated ideas of care that further marginalize the displaced. Can these notions be then tested on different formats and sites? Rather than an extension of a biomedical cluster, can these principles be attached to, let's say, an education or industrial sector, a polycentric logic that presents incremental solutions to create a place like home? That's it.
Hope this is working. Yeah. Really enjoyed the process that you're working through. I think you've carefully, self-analysed as you've gone through, which is, I can see the qualifications that have come through in terms of open structure, which you kind of finished on. There's a nice process to your narrative where there's a proposition, there's a test, you critique it, and then you kind of reaffirm or state your position, but you've also given yourself space, I think perhaps not necessarily to define everything at this point. I think you understand perhaps where the project is, and the weight needs to be given to certain proposals and left certain elements of the scheme to be decided later, I guess, which that to me illustrates, I think, awareness of how your project's evolved, and also awareness of your process as well, which I think is quite interesting in itself. If we go to the project itself and the fact that it's essentially a prototype, really not necessarily irrelevant of context, but the context is just really a position to start from in a way, and then that's it would be applied and edited in different contexts for different functions and different brief programs, I think is what you're saying. If you pull it all back to that, in many ways, the open structure is a very simple proposition, and the idea of then differentiating certain areas of having different functions that might sit by side, again, quite simple in its way. What I'm sort of interested in is a little bit about, and you were careful not to kind of connect with that, and I kind of understand because it starts to ask more questions, but if you were to impose certain types of alternative typologies, what does that do to the grid? What does that do to the spatial arrangements? I don't see the testing phase quite yet, and I understand why you've done that, because you've kind of managed your time to make sure that you've delivered. But I think there might be a review now, perhaps in the period that you've got, where you kind of analyse some of that, and that could be an interesting thing in itself. I think. I think we could perhaps talk about some of the, I suppose, tectonic and pragmatic functional requirements that would come with this, which I don't think is that sort of thought process isn't quite there yet. So I think the project might benefit from that sort of analysis as well. Some of the hard issues, the physical issues that come with uses such as this in this location, which would then set up a brief for how those elements may well be addressed on other sites, in other contexts, things to be considered. I think that will be helpful. And you've skillfully danced around kind of issues of sort of environmental qualities as well. So light, aspect, air, acoustics, all of these things that perhaps are not necessarily fundamental to your proposal at this point. But if you're going down a route of actually proposing literally a highly structured proposition, I think you have to commit to engage with some of those elements as well. Because you'll naturally get with diverse users on site, you will naturally get challenges between those. And it's how those particular contrasting demands of those users, residents, business users, whatever that would be, how they work together, and how those challenges that are created between those different types of users are successfully incorporated are interesting as well, really. But I enjoyed it. It was great. It makes you think, which is really positive.
Great, thanks very much for the presentation. I suppose the thing I found interesting listening to it, and I think all of your drawings are really great, and I really enjoyed it. There's an interesting kind of overlap between this transitional building. It's very flexible, it can be adapted, it can be configured in so many different ways. It's a transitional space, but not just physically, but also how people will use it. Like your original proposal about, homes for people who are displaced. How do they go from being displaced to being not displaced or having a place that they call home? And so what is the story of how this building is used, and what are the needs of those users as they inhabit the space. And I kind of question, whilst I really like the composition and the form of what you've proposed, I almost question the appropriateness of the very open nature of the building with the state of mind of your intended user. So people who have experienced homelessness have I suppose, and I'm maybe speaking out of turn because I don't really know, but a kind of intense openness, like they can't retreat, they have no safety and privacy. So I think the extreme openness of the structure might not be appropriate in that initial stage of when you engage with your institution that you've proposed. So how do the different modules that you fit within your grid respond to the needs of those users that when they arrive, and then how they transition through and use the building, and then eventually assume they would kind of become undisplaced and potentially have kind of improved their lives, or they kind of move on. I think the spatial relationship between those steps on the process and how you then arrange it on the site is something really interesting that you could explore. So I think in your presentation, kind of potentially setting that out at the beginning and then going more towards the technical resolution at the end would be beneficial. You kind of identified the problem, jumped into the kind of efficiency of the grid, and then went back into the program and how the whole thing's come together. So I think there's a bit of restructuring you could do in how you present it that would give clarity. I think that's probably my only point I wanted to make. That was great. Thank you.
Congratulations again. I think to kind of follow on some of the first two sets of comments, I have two kind of primary categories that I want to touch on. I think the first one is there's a sort of discrepancy, I think, between, and I think it's obviously a commendable sort of problem to present for yourself and try to address, but there's sort of a weirdness, for me at least, in terms of the relationship of this sort of transitional housing, the nature of the user, and also the temporality of the use of that space, and then what you're describing in terms of the framework and the structure and the architectural idea of temporality as well, but on sort of a longer term scale, I would imagine, in the sense that nothing that you've shown us is an idea about the space changing on a day-to-day basis, right? The idea of the framework seems to present a much longer-winded, idea about flexibility or change, which seems to sort of contradict this sort of temporality of the actual users in terms of them maybe living in this place, an unhoused population that passes through on a sort of fixed time scale, something that's not expected to be a long-term housing solution, but actually something that's a stepping stone to that long-term solution. So in that sense, there's a sort of clash between whether or not the building even needs to be adaptable or changing, because the population is kind of constantly moving through. And so I think that leads to my second kind of category or comment, is that I think that you just kind of have an issue of framing, which is, I realize, a particular word to pick, but in terms of metaphorically, the framing is where I think you're getting a little caught in terms of, I don't necessarily see the project as specific to displaced or unhoused populations, right? Conceivably, there are elements of the project that function great as permanent housing, as parts of the city that we could imagine proliferating out here from your test site into the neighborhood and actually being totally competent pieces of fabric for non-unhoused or temporary populations. So in that sense, framing it as sort of closed and contained in that singular use, I think, is a bit of a problem. And then also the frame itself, I think, is a little bit constricting in a way. It's funny that it wants to imagine itself as continuous and open, but in a way it's actually sort of restricting some of the decisions that you're making, which I think Nick was getting at the beginning in terms of the testing, and you kind of you caught yourself at some point and gave us that slide and said the dimensions of it are flexible, but in some sense your plan drawings show that you have a certain level of competency, that you don't need this sort of framework to tell you how the spaces should be laid out or how the types should be organized. And so in that sense, the frame, I think, at some point becomes more of an aesthetic or sort of like a way of identifying the project as consistent as it moves to other sites, right? In a way that we don't really need it to be. It doesn't have to have a sort of identifiable character in order to become a useful part of the neighborhood. It can actually change more drastically even so than just changing within the frame, right? So that's not to say the frame becomes useless, but it does mean that maybe the frame doesn't need to be this sort of driving characteristic it sends a message that you're saying the frame is the architectural kind of engine, and in a way it's really you're able to use it as more of a backdrop than that. So I think that those kind of reframings can help strengthen the project.
Yeah, I'd agree with that actually, and maybe I'll try and pick that up even further, which is basically to say, if it wasn't the frame, if your proposition was just same wireframe, white kind of volumes as you have in the context around this drawing, would it make any difference? And I think that's a really valid question. So it's kind of a leading question to say, so what would you say about this urban block if it wasn't about kind of systematization, flexibility, or a specific group of people coming in? So, for example, if you look at the block from a morphological perspective, or even from kind of an urban context perspective, what does it mean for you to have these courtyards within? How do they work? Is it a place to kind of retreat into? Is it a place to kind of services kind of the those that kind of are accommodated around it? What does it mean to have those setbacks from the streets in those specific locations? And you do have to answer those questions because you are dealing with a small block which has a specific context. So I think you have to kind of respond to that. So, for example, I don't know if that's a church or something like that. What does it mean to kind of face that environment? How do you kind of introduce a relationship to that? What's private? What's public? How do you then have this kind of threshold of coming into the block to the first courtyard opposite that? When does it become inside? When does it become outside? And then, of course, as you start to go up the slabs into the upper floors, what does it then mean to kind of live in that environment in the block? Where are you in? Where are you out? So I think I'd agree. I think it is a difficult enough challenge to deal with, a frame and kind of make it into a great piece of architecture. And I think, great examples from Sana or Fujimoto in Japan. But I do agree with previous comments about, is that actually the right architecture for the type of occupants that you have for this block? Or maybe there's another question, which is, do you actually have to make it so specific? Can it be, something around kind of the flexible nature in which we can kind of start to design our blocks in cities? It doesn't have to be in Whitechapel. That can be just an example. It can be anywhere else. But at the same time, have the characteristics that can cater for different types of users. And I think that's quite an interesting question to ask. And I think that then at that level, if you went down to ground level and looked at the spaces and the interfaces between kind of an edge of that building into kind of a quiet street and then leading you around the corner to something, I'd expect to see a bit more kind of a fleshing out of that environment. Is it a really nice environment to be part of? So yeah, you could have plans kind of growing up on the structure and stuff like that, but actually, how is it going to work? And I think that's quite an interesting question to ask. But again, I think really interesting. Really interesting proposition as well. I think you do have to clarify those points. Yeah.
Just a quick one. Just carrying on from the last two comments, I think it's interesting to actually think about the frame in relation to what Pratibha was presenting as well. I think that, especially with examples, I think Elad brought them up, the two examples that you showed, La Borda and Fujimoto, where the frame becomes the architecture, becomes the kind of materiality and it has a kind of consistency, but also a character that defines it as a project. Here it's still what I would call, has a kind of weakness. It's what I call weak form. It's there, but it's not necessarily doing anything apart from servicing a lot of other things. Now, even when we get to Pratibha's work, which you could argue is modular and frame-based as well, it's extended into modulating climate, sunlight, etc. So there might be a way in which you expand, you either subsume the frame, as I think Elad and Andrew were talking about, it becomes the architecture itself, it becomes a dominant element. So maybe you lose those drawings which show the frame proliferating across the neighborhood. But also it could be more. So rather than introducing, secondary, tertiary materials, etc., as infill, the frame becomes everything as a modulation of safety and privacy, etc. Anyway, it's a conceptual way of maybe pushing it even further to somehow combat the kind of set of comments.
Maybe just to pick up on a couple of things, in our program, we've looked a lot at the Wohnprojekt in Vienna. Mm-hmm. And during these recent years when there have been such challenges of accommodating refugees, the Wohnprojekt as a community took what had been a strategy for making more efficient their capacity to accommodate guests of the residents, and they used those top floor spaces as the possibility of accommodating refugees. So there comes to be a kind of relationship between the capacity of the residents of the building to expand their civic obligation and to welcome others in a way to absorb the guest. And so there's a relationship then between the type, the nature of the community, and the capacity to absorb guests. And I think in some ways we might begin to ask a series of questions about different types. How does the type contribute to the formation of a civic capacity to accommodate guests or accommodate those in need in certain ways? And so I think this is a nice starting point for something where we begin to investigate that with a certain amount of rigor. What is the capacity of various approaches to hotels in terms of an ongoing capacity to accommodate the guest, and what sort of institutional arrangement does that depend upon? And how is that different from what you're proposing here or from the Wohnprojekt? And what is the range of projects we might distribute across the neighborhood to make our communities more resilient in terms of the way in which it accommodates those in need? I think it's an area of research you're opening up rather nicely, but what I think we want to do is to sharpen the understanding. I think a lot of the comments are arranged in that direction. Sharpen our understanding of the relationship between type and the nature of the civic responsibility that is cultivated within that building, and its capacity to accommodate more or to welcome the guest, as it were. But Mahum, thanks very much, and I think it's a great way to conclude the morning session. We'll now take a break until 2:00 and begin again. And thank you very much for a beautiful conclusion to the morning, Mahum. That's great. Now we're going to see 5 students in the afternoon, but we have some additional or new jurors joining us at this for the afternoon session. We have Tim Collett, who is an associate professor from Nottingham University and also there directs the MArch Part 2. Continuing on from the morning, we have Andrew Lords, who's a former housing and urbanism student from 5 years ago who did what is, I think, still one of the benchmark MArch projects. We have with us Justin Nichols, founding partner of Fathom Architects here in London, and we'll be joined very shortly by Chris Lee from Siri Architects, who is just trying to get through the COVID testing process in the other room before he comes in. But this afternoon, we're going to see a series of 5 projects, all of which have a very strong orientation to in the direction of reflecting on the role that morphological reasoning, and within that typological reasoning, the roles that they offer in allowing us to think innovatively about the transformative opportunities for urban processes. So in all of them, they'll be taking a position on questions of regularity or irregularity of form. They'll be taking positions on the relationship between consistency of form and typological intensification and variation. And in all of these projects, what we'll be looking for are the opportunities that that architectural thinking can bring to the development of strategic reasoning for cities and decision makers. Now, we're going to start with a couple of projects that Dominic Papa, my colleague in Housing and Urbanism, will introduce, and then we'll see 3 more that Anna Shapiro will introduce, as she did the first pair in the morning. So, Dominic, I'll turn it over to you now. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a bit of overlap, I think, all of those things. I was trying to project. So I think the first 2 is Yani and Aditi. They're looking at sort of growing industries, one being the culinary arts and one being the knowledge environment, knowledge economy. Both take, the complementarity between these 2 are the fact is that both take a strong kind of formal approach. One is really looking at the regular linear block as a starting point for how that might be applied to an area of the King's Cross Station District, which has been fragmented through infrastructural kind of armatures that crisscross the site. And the other one is looking at different reading of morphological continuity that takes as a laboratory the A3036 corridor, which spans between Vauxhall and Battersea. Okay, thank you.
All right. Hello, good afternoon. What I want to talk about today is the expansion of the knowledge economy and how that's generating significant change in central urban areas of London. Looking at King's Cross, we already see tremendous development that's already complete and further generates new opportunities for these expanding station districts. Parallelly, there are spaces of learning that are evolving throughout the world and becoming more and more about social learning. They're becoming more cross-disciplinary and start to integrate different departments that previously had no relations to each other. And at the same time, become more collaborative and engage a new range of urban actors within an idea of clustering that take to their advantage this idea of proximity and cultivating a sense of networking within the urban area to their advantage. And so coming back to King's Cross, we already understand that these are the drivers of change, and that as higher education expands, we can imagine now a new set of university-led business developments that take advantage of these kinds of knowledge universities and knowledge environments in the very heart of London, where we want to cultivate this sense of excellence. And they already have a set of knowledge institutions in place, such as the Francis Crick Institute, the British Library, UAL Central St. Martin's, and of course its next door neighbor, Google. But then we come back and look at the kind of land that's available to us. And this is just right north of King's Cross, right above St. Pancras International. And it's not only characterized by severances of railway to the east, but also a canal that dissects the site diagonally and a difficult topography. But also ill-performing residential and industrial environments, and to the contrary, a kind of heritage value conservation area which incorporates the St. Pancras Hospital and the St. Pancras Gardens. And so, one way of dealing with these difficulties of having multiple lines formed by canals, railways, roadways that want to go everywhere is to consider linearity as a starting point and the use of irregularity as an urban strategy to not only generate new vectors of flow, but also to gain confidence in the very multiple actors that we want to bring to this very area together and make things easier as a decision-making process. And these are things that we already see in plans such as Rive Gauche, One North, Hafen City, etc., that use the similar strategy of a morphological consistency to add value to the kind of development that's taking place. Statistically speaking, we're looking at an area of 3 hectares with a density of 3 FAR and around 250 units of 3 different kinds of living environments that bring in student housing, co-living, and young families and nuclear families and young professionals within a mix of university-led business and residential environment. There are 3 clear sets of investigations on linearity. One looks at a horizontal layering and a clustering of the university and office block. The other looks at more a vertical integration of how slab morphology and housing within slab morphology can work with office clusters and a ground level amenity. And third looks at how a grouped form can possibly work to cultivate a new sense of co-living together in this area. Now, one diagram of organizing the cluster and the block together would look at the idea of a thickened fluid ground, which is commercially viable. It provides privileged environments on top with a central doubly loaded corridor and rooms, serialized rooms to either side, which become efficient. They're all completely possible to do. And they would use and stack the larger guns, the big guns like the auditoriums and classrooms into the ground level. But then if typological disposition matters to such kinds of knowledge environments, then it is possible to favor a more meshed and layered environment that can then use 3-dimensional upward movement to its advantage, not only within the building, but also as it moves across the set of ensemble and the group form, generating greater complexity and segregation between public and privileged access. The benefit of which is that as much as interior urbanity matters, and it starts to pull things together as floor plates get bigger and become more flexible, it also puts equal pressure on the envelope as the linear block offers a dual orientation. And so now it is possible to imagine how the interiority would work together with the envelope and the spaces between the buildings, and where we want to cultivate this very sense of collaboration as how this morphology relates not only to each other but also to the city. At the same time, we understand that places of cultural assembly, such as auditoriums and theaters, have value in providing a spatial experience. And instead of burying the auditoriums underground, there is an opportunity here to curate this relationship with the city, where it can become a resource working for the benefit of the wider urban neighborhood, as well as it can be leased out for events and starts to generate social as well as economic value. And even though the role of these kinds of primary elements, such as canals, has now changed and we are no longer using them for transportation, they're functionally obsolete, so to say. But we can imagine now how these kinds of rich amenities can start to work in the favor of the public and draw an engagement with the landscape. Which allows us to see how multiple programs might be accommodated and bring together a range of different actors and new kinds of maker environments, exhibition environments that not only benefit the university and their staff, but also become of value to the kids and youngsters of the neighborhood, and how this becomes a sequence of linear elements generating a sense of directionality and flow. And here, we might recall Venturi's argument in trying to cultivate the sense of a unity and the problem of the difficult whole, which he says is about the variation and inflection of different kinds of elements. But today, we are no longer building these kinds of monumental buildings, and no longer are we looking at them from a single perspective that is of a single user. And so this idea of hierarchy, and that relates to a three-dimensional movement of asymmetry and differentiation and extension to the ground that starts to flow into the St. Pancras hospitals, possibly asking for reorientation, and the gardens beyond. And terraces relate to an idea of intensified landscape as a reinterpretation of suburban campuses and what they had to offer in terms of outdoor environments, and while qualifying simultaneously the role of the envelope. We can actually consider how this might work to an urban advantage. And at the same time, it relates to the scale of the city as a cohesive ensemble that is able to then work in synergy. So far, we looked at how the university and business clusters to the west of the site worked, taking benefit of a north-south orientation, and the kind of environments that we might imagine, and then we can possibly wonder how this might also flow into a kind of residential, quieter environment that is based more towards Camley Street. But if linearity and linear proliferation is a starting point, then there are two iterations or even more. But if we look at these kinds of two iterations, we can see how it is difficult to overcome challenges of light, ventilation, and how the kind of shearing and the manipulation and articulation that might be required in order to make these work. And so what we might actually consider also learning from the larger urban area, that places like King's Cross and Granary Square have already this kind of morphological consistency, which are about pullbacks from the street, from the canal, etc., and become more about vertical elements that start to work together as a group. And so if we were to continue, it's easy to imagine how Camley Street might actually become part of the same set, and where there might be value in starting to consider a different kind of an orientation for the housing blocks that not only now takes advantage of the east-west orientation, which is beneficial for it, but also looks at how a larger morphological consistency can possibly be imagined within the set. And of course, there are different challenges of how these things might work together dimensionally, as well as the space and the dimensions that's required between the buildings for housing to work with them. But as we understand that nuclear families are no longer the only kind of familial unit that is now there, and it's almost looking towards a demise, new forms of cohabitation and co-living emerge and become important. And so if at all there is a typological starting point that we might consider, we can look at the possibility of an overlapped form that starts to group things and pulls itself back from the street, trying to generate this very idea of sharing and about multiplicities. Typologically, a sectional articulation that is able to juxtapose two sets of double height volumes, which are about communal living, living rooms, kitchen areas, dining areas at either ends of the form, and sandwiches a central single-story bedroom area, open up the possibility of combination and permutation of various different kinds of spaces, and where one unit starts and where the other one ends kinds of becomes blurred. And so we can imagine how these spaces might work in different variations and combinations, and can be starred and become almost a space of negotiation that can be controlled as per user choice. Not only do they provide dual aspects for the communal spaces that are at the either ends, that start to have extended sight lines then across the canal to one end and the street and down the street to the other end, but they also equally provide dual aspect because of the offset in form to the bedroom areas. Another idea of a living environment is to look at how student housing is changing, and generally speaking, it is almost conceived as a serialized repetition of cells around long linear corridors, where there is little emphasis on how the student might actually inhabit and even grow in the space as a home away from home, and further less on the role of forming extended kinship with their peers, and how communal spaces almost come to be shared by a large number of people. And it poses interesting challenges to how this might work differently in a linear block. And one way, of course, is to look at how a different dimension might provide value, along with an outdoor extension. And leave enough room for moving inside the dwelling, and not only moving inside the dwelling, but also to invite, let's say, friends over for dinner. But a slightly different way can then position what we traditionally call as services, such as the washroom, kitchen, etc., onto the facade, not only to free the room of what might be hindering the internal spaces, but also how it pushes patterns of everyday life and inhabitation onto the envelope of the building. And where it is possible then to speculate how this might generate variations in the facade and subtle differences in the amenities and the plan areas, while manipulating the envelope and making it thickened and layered. Parallelly, there is this question of what might be the collective life of the student, which is equally important and feeds into this idea of individuality and cultivation of freedom that we possibly want. And at the same time, how do affective ties work together and how do group formations happen? There is a positive then relationship between the number of people, the form, and the collective life, and the understanding of clustering, even with the rigid forms such as that we already see in examples such as these. But then how that might work in a linear organization can be interpreted in the extension of the corridor that starts to incorporate not only shared kitchens between 3 units and clustering them together, but also communal areas that work as winter gardens that start projecting onto the shared podium as a kind of upper level amenity that is provided, and moves across the building to share facilities in terms of vertical layering, and where these start to form spaces that become utilized and in different manners, and that can possibly then work towards the collective life of the building. A third kind of living environment looks at spaces for young professionals and smaller families in a slab morphology, and understands that today neutral circulatory environments are no longer neutral, and we can actually imagine them to have kind of a celebratory value and a changing attitude towards collectivity, where they start to generate multiple potentialities and pluralities. Now, one way of looking at it in a slab can test how nodal extensions work in this long linear form, where a deeper floor plate of 22 meters and a central doubly loaded corridor accommodates a single aspect unit on one side and a double volume with a mezzanine on the other side. But at the same time, it's possible to then open up the corridor through light wells to not only generate a sense of rhythm and light in spaces that might otherwise be artificially lit, but also to borrow a second aspect for the apartments and to expand the corridor as possibilities for selective sharing. These nodes further generate vertical movement for the 2 floors above to reach longer live-work units, gaining triple aspect, and then penthouses with shared gardens at the upper levels. And in this way, we might actually understand how clustering can work in section vertically in a long linear slab building rather than horizontally. And then it might have qualities such as these. And overall, there is equal opportunity in the ground that starts to then respond to a certain condition of the canal, blocking it in certain respects, providing amenities over there, but at the same time borrowing services from the side, and where we can start the larger structural flexibilities offer the possibility to open up spaces between the living units and possibly combine 2 units to have, let's say, a shared workspace or, to share the living room. And then as the ground starts becoming more of an amenity-based kind of a ground that starts to then integrate these qualities of, let's say, having a workshop that opens to the interior of the plaza, and then a daycare system, as well as doorstep play for the residents and their kids, there is value that starts to integrate across the topography. And here we might actually recall Maki's discourse on the erosion of the ground, which he points out in his hillside terrace. And we can use the topography then to an advantage to create more privileged residential environments on top. And the canal side then becomes something of which has these kinds of south-facing extensions that are able to bring in intensity and flow as well as numbers. And as well as there is a visual continuity across, and which we can imagine that starts to work with the undercroft and the levels together as a set, bringing even different kinds of orientations together. And then coming back to this very logic of the larger urban plan, we can imagine how these two different orientations and two different kinds of morphological consistencies almost become urban extensions of the kind of fabric that is there to the west, extending the lines of continuity from Somers Town, and towards the east, working more towards King's Cross and Camley Street, then becoming a part of this kind of an integrated environment, and how these kinds of different urban actors and institutions might very well work together to form what we want this area to be, which is a knowledge quarter. Thank you.
Thank you. So I mentioned at the beginning that we also have Chris Lee with us. Chris, I don't know how much of this you were able to see, but I'll leave it to you to decide whether you comment. But we also have an additional juror who is not visible to all of you here in this room just yet, and that's Katarina Borzi, who has joined her colleague Tim Collett from Nottingham. So Katarina, we're delighted to have you with us remotely. It's great that you can be here. And Katarina, I don't know, since we've got you on screen at the moment, I don't know if you would like to begin, but if so, we can turn it over to you, and then I'll pass the microphone here around to the others.
Sure, I'm happy to pick it off. Well, thanks for the presentation. As usual, for me, it's really interesting to come to these reviews because I teach also a form of architectural urbanism in Nottingham, but I think, Tim Collett is also in the audience, and I think we are more focused on the architectural side in the end of the day because we're teaching a part 2 program. So for me to have the chance of really thinking strategically is really valuable. And again, in the presentation, I thought it was really, really interesting to see a form of design analysis that works through precedent and then type and then morphology. So I really enjoyed the way in which, let's say, typological moments were explored, I think, through drawing and through remodeling of precedents. So I really enjoyed the staggering of the living units and the kind of spaces created. I thought the sectional articulation of the residential slab was really rich, the way it sort of drew upon these sort of smaller pockets of, I think you mentioned kinships or something like that. I thought there were some really interesting and fascinating sections in the learning working landscape. I think I would have liked to spend a bit more time with you in your drawings, but I think that's sort of normal at the stage of the review. In a way, I think what I was not quite clear about, and I don't think that's a criticism, I think it's more a question of exploration, is that at which point could one think about multiplying kinships of living association with working effectively? Now, I mean, the key issues you talk through, like the thickened ground, the sectional integration of different public programs that brings together different stakeholders on the one side, and then on the other side, you have the domestic kinships. But I think it also, if I were to take it further, if I would take another 4 weeks or 8 weeks or 3 months on this project, it'd be really interesting to think about at which point does living itself can contribute to the urban landscape you're proposing and vice versa. Yeah, I think otherwise, it feels a bit like there's sort of these pockets which are really, really interesting. I'm not entirely clear how one might want to think about how to strengthen these individuality, if that makes sense. I think another point, and these are all relative, it's not a criticism, I think a positive contribution to a really good project, is a lot of the space between buildings and the extension of the ground. I think it'd be nice to sort of show more in the drawings, and I think I see this probably once a year here in this context, that these space, if you argue about a thickened ground as a realm which is really there to exchange, to form associations, kinships, etc., is a bit like, it seemed to me it's like if you take the public ground of King's Cross and turn it into a learning landscape or working landscape, something like that. But I think then it'd be really interesting to see an overall plan and section of the completed ground all the way to the canal and to the edges of the street. How that would be played out, even if there's spaces which are not programmed, I think would be really interesting to me. But overall, fascinating, very comprehensive, really good contribution. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Katerina. That's great. Of those here, who would like to begin? Andrew, do you want to carry over?
Thanks. Congratulations. That was a great presentation. I want to follow on some things that Katerina was touching on, actually. I think one thing that was very clear is that you seem to have like a good handle on this linear morphology. You're able to execute within that morphology several different types, which I think is successful. I really enjoyed the way that the blocks above are linear in a single direction, but then that thickened ground is able to span across between the linear blocks. So I think that moment of recognizing the discrepancy between the upper ranges of the morphology versus the lower levels and the way that the ground becomes continuous between them is really useful. But to kind of carry on what Katerina was mentioning, I think there's a moment there where even in the way that you were presenting it to us with the kind of cropped section drawings where we're looking at one piece at a time, there's a sort of disconnect or a moment of realizing that what's happening below is in some ways kind of severed from what's happening above. And that's not necessarily a bad thing in the sense that obviously they're different functions. We want them to be different types of spaces. People are using them for different things. There's nothing wrong with saying this portion of the building is for living in and this portion of the building is for all of the non-sort of domestic environments. But at the same time, what that leads to is those domestic environments, the living spaces above, don't seem to ever get to have any conversation with the ground level. And I think that you kind of hint at that with your exploration on the changing of the facade by pushing services or service spaces within the unit out to the edge, as if we're going to need to reenact the way that building is being lived in because it's so far from the ground that we kind of can't tell anymore that it's a domestic environment. So there's, I think, some questions there in terms of if we're going to kind of hyper intensify that whole ground area, what does that leave for these people that live in the buildings in terms of their own relationship to the ground and the spaces in between the buildings? So that kind of collective living and attitude that you're describing has to become internalized at that point, and that can, in some ways be beneficial, but at the same time probably ends up with people being frustrated that they can't go sit outside and have a cigarette without being surrounded by a retail or a service environment that's kind of overly bustling in a sense. So I think there might be some negotiation that needs to take place of introducing some spaces for those residential uses that kind of maybe you need to find strategic spots within that thickened ground to say, actually, I'm going to reserve this portion for a different type of outdoor environment that caters to a specific person that's using the building in a sense.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. I thought the presentation was really good, really clear. I think your drawings were really strong. I'd agree it would be interesting to see something in totality, and particularly in the way that the uses are split in the residential and the sort of science. I've done a lot of science buildings. We're just actually doing a science master plan at the moment, and we're fixing some tricky problems at King's Cross. So I can see why everyone's invited me. Scientists are a very unusual corner of the world in terms of a type of person, and they live and operate in a very usual corner of the world. And I think if you look at the idea of a campus, how universities have evolved from a kind of monastic diagram through to a kind of out-of-town 1970s campus, through to what we're seeing more of today, which is universities and research coming into the town centre because they need to interact with everybody else in the town centre, finance, those other things that the city offers, and intellect. King's Cross is an amazing place, mainly owned by Google and DeepMind, and that's a really, most buildings in King's Cross are occupied by DeepMind, and that's a phenomenal thing in itself. And those tech companies bring a campus mindset to the city. So the problems we have at King's Cross at the moment is they put in Olympic-sized swimming pools, basketball courts, and so forth. Arrive at 11 in the morning, they leave at 11 at night. shops open at 11, all the shops open at 6. So that the culture of the people that are living on that ground, I think would be really interesting to fold into the way you present this. And I think there's a couple of little vignettes of where the people that live
Thank you very much. Really enjoyable. I particularly enjoyed the way that you just kind of went through a really clear set of ideas, some of which were quite really stimulating and interesting ideas. That was really great. I think again the same, like for me, same kind of the main comment. Okay, first of all, one thing I wasn't quite clear of is where exactly this is. So what's the relationship to the like King's Cross?
So we're right here. So essentially where the ugly brown building is.
So are you?
Yeah, right here, where the cursor is.
So this is.
So just north of St. Pancras International.
Sorry?
Just north of St. Pancras International. So King's Cross is here.
Yeah, so where's St. Martin's?
Sorry?
So where's St. Martin's?
This one.
Hmm? Oh, I see. You're right off to the left. Aha, gotcha. Okay, yeah. Okay, great. And right, so then, yeah, really great set of ideas. And I guess the main thing for me is like looking at your, so really interesting set of ideas. It's the totality, and for me, it's the space between the buildings and the space between, like I think this idea, this kind of strategy of linearity in a vertical and horizontal sense and kind of clusters is really interesting. But can you show me your like site plan? Yeah, I like this section, that's great. The site plan, do you have like a site plan? So like, yeah, another one, sorry. Yeah, so when you get, because of linear form, when you have an infrastructure like the canal or a road, you're ending up with these kind of triangular pockets of space between the building. Yeah. And that's this kind of, it's this anomaly, right? So it has an intensity about it. So in a way, like, when you look at your kind of strategy, for me, what I see, the most intense kind of part of the strategy in a way, well, one of the most intense parts is that space. And I think there's a real potential to do things with it. And so I guess one of my questions is like, what's happening in these kind of spaces that you're creating, especially between the existing and the new, because of your strategy of linearity, and you talked about the complexity of what exists. You get these kind of clashes, right? And these clashes give the plan an energy. And so there's potential to do kind of really interesting things with that. So I'm just wondering, how do you kind of address that, or?
I mean, one way would be to look at it where the entry points of all these buildings would be in those moments of intensities where, you're really able to bring people together. The other way is to see that there are moments where the ground is actually raised, and so you can move below the building and through what is, so that it creates a kind of a mesh and a layering in that sense, and a braiding to what's around, and so you can extend those lines of movement from what is essentially, lines from the hospital over here and then move. So there's a continuous vector that's working from the park towards the canal, where, one can argue that there are no dominant lines in this very landscape. And so you want to create those kinds of lines of flow and directionality.
I mean, that was the main comment. I guess this idea of putting the surfaces in the facade I quite liked. But of course, surfaces are generally, not always, like kitchens, but private space. So you're starting to, you're throwing the private into the public realm, which is an interesting idea. But, and how you resolve it. I mean, it sort of takes it to the architectural scale to really test that. But yeah, super interesting. Thank you very much.
Aditi, just to kind of think about this a little bit more. One of the things that I think everyone has celebrated about the King's Cross redevelopment is what we might call magnificent, generous gift of the public realm. So much emphasis has been placed upon the public realm, both by the developers and by those who have celebrated the success of the project. At the same time, as we move towards the outer reaches of the King's Cross development, what we notice is that there's a kind of attenuation of the intensity of that public realm, but not necessarily a replacement of that public realm by a successful civic environment. If we can imagine that, say, education, residential life, and so on might contribute to something that's slightly different than that public realm and belongs in a way more to quite clear local institutions and interests. And I think in some ways what you are beginning to suggest is that there could be, potentially because of the emphasis upon an extended residential life with not just a purely commercial value, there could be something of a civic life there. Now, to me, as a domain of exploration, if you're saying this now influences the redevelopment of the canal as a social and civic environment, I think what we would be wanting to explore is the degree to which it can shift from public to something that is a bit more civic. If by civic what we mean is that there's an emphasis upon the private extension of responsibility into the collective realm. And I think that there's real value in your project to sort of heighten the understanding that we might bring between the exploration of a type and its possible variations and the nature of the responsibilities that people might take for an extension of the life of the building into the life of its surroundings. I think that's where the research really can build up into something more consistent and strong. But it's really nice work, and yeah, well done, you. Thank you very much. We'll now move on. Our next presenter is Yani Lee, and Yani, we'll give it over to you.
Okay. Today we are experiencing a great challenge in how we plan a qualitative and lively neighborhood in an urban condition of industrial areas that we can find in any cities around the world. And in order to introduce a new diagram for an environment that makes us excited to live and to work in, we can set our focus in rethinking the typology of housing, a housing that can offer us so much more than simply a place to live in. And if you look at this drawing more closely, you can see a set of 22 buildings that have a different range of orientation, dimensions, and morphological characteristics that form into little clusters. But imagine this as one quarter built with 4 to 5 buildings, or 2/3 built with 15 buildings, or even if the whole scheme would be proliferated and spread around the whole area, you could see that it would work in any sequence and segments because the approach is based on an architectural framework that is complete by itself, but more importantly, that can become a part of a larger urban transformation. And actually, all we need to build this kind of complexity within the urban build, all we need for that is a simple form of a deep slab typology. And in fact, they offer a flexibility and adaptability in their dimensions, orientation, and depth. So it can become a rich starting point, not only for housing, but also for the light industry, educational buildings, or cultural facilities. But let's imagine how this kind of how this kind of approach for building a new or a different neighborhood, using a deeper plate typology in the area of a food and wholesale market could drive a change in transforming the urban condition of the industrial area of Vauxhall that allows for the food producers, consumers, workers, and residents to find a common and sharing ground. If we were about to compare the characteristics of South London's Vauxhall area with another industrial condition, we could take the industrial quarter in Zurich West as an exemplar, where we can see that having a variation and differentiation of morphology and form matters to create a lively neighborhood for the creative society. And especially for the condition, especially for the urban condition in Vauxhall area, which shows a very consistent patterns in terms of morphology and scale, situating the proposition into this condition could act as a powerful tool for an urban transformation that leads towards a morphological diversity that we seek for in a vibrant neighborhood. And the industrial character of Vauxhall allows us to experiment with the idea of creating a distinctive neighborhood that is driven by the food ecology and the culinary industry. And the existing infrastructure of the new Covent Garden Market, which we can see here, so the existing infrastructure of the market that we can find in the area serves as a strategic and valuable asset to the food-driven neighborhood. And if you look at this plan of how the ground works and how the neighborhood is situated within the area around the new Covent Garden Market, which you can see to the north, you might think, yes, the depth of the buildings clearly works for various food production spaces of the culinary industry. But the dimensions of the buildings don't seem quite right if there should be also housing, if you would compare to the residential fabric to the south. And in fact, this section through one of the buildings, which contains a gin distillery in the ground, shows us that if we start think differently about typology, we can use deeper plans even for housing, and that it's taking a step forward towards a new approach of building a neighborhood that allows to have a synergy between the domestic scale of home and the industrial scale of production spaces. And having a nuanced differentiation of dimensions is crucial in creating a meaningful framework for the food production environment, but also for a different urban neighborhood. And in order to establish a new diagram of collective producing and collective living, it is just not enough to operate within the existing fabric we can find in this area. But we have to think about the new genre of purpose-built architecture that can handle the different scales that the production environment requires, but also the scale of home and domesticity. And while other projects of similar kind and ambition tend to lean towards an architecture that is just simply about creating nice-looking shapes, like the design district in Greenwich does, for example, the fundamental difference lies in this typological intelligence of these buildings being purpose-built industries with qualitative housing scheme that is based on the principle of collectivity and sharing. And again, to build a resilient community, we need an architecture approach that is not about creating a generic and neutral ground that we know too well from predominant housing projects. And to rethink how we plan housing, we can start with 4 key ingredients that act as a tool or an instrument for the transformative mechanism. And all of them fundamentally rely on the typological exploration of deep slab buildings that encourage us to think about orientation, the envelope, or the relationship between the short side and long side of the building. And the dimensional range of 25 to 50 meters of depth allows to have a variation and different principles of inner organization. And that's where we can start seeing the benefit of living with the industrial production spaces. We can learn a wide range of organizational principles from different kinds of working spaces of the food industry. And the diagrams of different distilleries show that they require rather sectional organization due to their equipment and the distilling process, or we can also look at how food market halls are organized, which is showing the principle of planar organization that depends on a flow plate that can be flexibly arranged. And once we understand how the working ground actually behaves and performs, we can see that the organizational principle of the production spaces in the ground is what reorganizes the housing above. And that it shouldn't be about just simply stacking housing on the top of the production spaces, as it is usually done in many housing and in predominant housing schemes. But it's about taking the opportunity to create a meaningful relationship between the living and the working environment within the building. And if we zoom into the plan of each building, each of the 4 buildings, we can see in detail how the organization of the different production spaces create a variation of housing types. So here we can see how the ground of the gin distillery gives us the opportunity to cluster multi-level apartments around the main atrium that is also architecturally articulating the workspace in the ground. While having a food market hall in the ground and its flexible structure allows us to think about the housing scheme where the emphasis is rather on the shared spaces that are created around the individual units with multiple orientations. And the third type, which contains a supermarket as an economical and infrastructural anchor in the neighborhood, could provide a different housing scheme for another type of shared living that is coexisting with the educational side of the food industry that would collaborate with the supermarket as both local and global catalyst in the food sector. And in this manner, our existing understanding of residential types that currently dominate over the housing market are challenged. If we would work towards a structural framework that allows us to have a flexibility in our organization, there is a rich opportunity to accommodate a variation of common spaces in different sizes and types. But Besides the spatial and architectural opportunity that the light industries can offer to how we want to live, it can bring us so much more value by embedding and integrating the culinary industry into our everyday life. So when we observe where the food industry and the food production spaces and the food production sector are currently located in London, we can register a wide range of forms, types, and scales that are accommodating all these hard-working spaces. For example, the Park Royal Business Park in West London, which supplies 2/3 of the city's restaurants and hotels with food and beverages, or the local market that we all love, where we can find small eateries and local food suppliers, like in the Borough Market, or to the right, the Maltby Beer Mile, where different microbreweries have based themselves under the railway arches next to the Maltby Street Market to form a collective cluster of small craft breweries. And what they all have in common is the collective nature of how the food industry operates on a larger scale, and both also on a local scale. And it's the economical but also the collaborative value that the food industry would add to the ambition of the project. So in the culinary arts, we can observe a trend towards a culture of education and creation, which is embedded in an industrial setting. And it is often more like this smaller scaled interventions that is coming from highly renowned chefs who want to rethink the concept of food making. And the impact of those kind of projects are reaching beyond the culinary community. So while it drives a change within the general understanding of food through raising awareness about the comprehensive food process, it also transforms the industrial areas and neighborhoods economically and spatially. And again, the architecture helps us to understand in what ways the project could bring different actors and stakeholders together by creating layered spaces that is flexible and adaptable of use. We can explore possibilities of having different collaborations between stakeholders of global outreach, such as supermarket brands and urban logistic developer that operate on a larger scale. And stakeholders and actors that are based locally, such as food artisans, smaller food associated businesses, or chefs that are already occupying those industrial areas, as you could see in the last slide. And coming back to the whole picture, or the vision for the new neighborhood for Vauxhall, should remind us again what the rich opportunity and urban value this kind of organizational logic and planning approach can generate. And it draws attention to a different framework of building a neighborhood that supports a new way of pleasurable living and creative working, a project that can transform our cities. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Again, fantastically presented and some lovely drawings through there as well. I love the juxtaposition of the industrial and the domestic. And I think one of the things you've done particularly well is you brought the industrial up into domestic environment. So I like that idea of going out and smelling gin brewing in the morning, not an alcoholic. And it reminded me a little bit of growing up in a village in Cornwall where we were surrounded by a farm, and the cycle of the farm would set the cycle of the week. So when the cows come in, they get milked, when the pigs get taken off to slaughter. And I think it's really interesting how the character of each block would start to live in the cycle of the industrial elements below it. So I think that's quite fascinating. It'd be interesting to see how that domesticity comes down to ground level. And in Borough Market, there's a really good example where you've shoehorned, if you like, people and food in underneath a huge piece of railway infrastructure. And it's quite acceptable to have the rumble of trains going past. But even the detailing, the materiality of a handrail versus, for a person versus a crash barrier for an Arctic truck sets up some really interesting kind of juxtapositions. And I think that's all quite fascinating. It would have been interesting to look at the terrace typology here. There's a lot. There's an interesting kind of urban grain as you come through from slab blocks, tower blocks, from after the war when it was bombed to the terraces before. So that could have been an interesting layer to add. Very good, thank you.
Yeah, congrats. It was great, great presentation. I think I agree. But there's a lot of really nice drawings in there too. I think one thing that I like particularly about this drawing too is we're seeing kind of the way that you're reacting to what we might consider like the true industrial portion of this neighborhood in the actual distribution centers. And there's this kind of attitude about not overreacting to it. And in fact, you're kind of very carefully reacting in the sense that you're taking what we might call a heavier industrial use and then positioning it with this lighter industrial use underneath the domestic use. And so there's this kind of control over how we're addressing it as opposed to the neighboring estates that are just kind of saying like, well, it's there and we're gonna look at it, I guess, and deal with it in a way that's kind of both non-responsive and over-responsive. So I think that that's a really nice moment. I also like the kind of, I ascribe to this idea that if you're going to start this sort of new neighborhood out of nothing, there's nothing wrong with kind of sort of like hyper branding it in a sense, that saying that we're going to collect as much of this one type of thing into this neighborhood is can be very useful in terms of having to start a neighborhood from scratch. How do you create community where there's a big empty piece of land at the moment? So in that sense, I appreciate the kind of attitude that just says we're going to put as much of this one type of thing as we can into this area. And at the same time, I really appreciate the way that the way that you're working with the deep lock doesn't necessarily have anything specifically to do with food service or kind of culinary spaces, in the sense that you could just as easily imagine that we're talking about a neighborhood for bespoke furniture making or something like that, and the types still translate perfectly, right? All those spaces that you're showing in the ground level translating up into in the section of the building, they still kind of function in the same way. So in that sense, I think it's really successful as a method of negotiating between those two types of functions without having to specifically kind of assign this is a kitchen space and it kind of only works as a kitchen, right? That's not ever happening in your drawings as far as we can see. So I think that's really great too. The only thing that I would say that I was looking for more of is a maybe better negotiation of the reality of some of this industrial use, in the sense that I think your last section kind of showed it, where we've got some trucks, coming in and out of some of the buildings, and there's not a clarity really when we look at this axonometric drawing about, which zones of this scheme are for which kind of intensities of use. And so in some ways it might be useful to start to think about front versus back of some of these buildings, because right now they kind of all have a dual aspect attitude to them, and they don't really give you a sense that there's a back door, or there's a kind of private entrance versus a public entrance, or there's a service entrance versus either of those two. And so in the kind of scattering of them across the site, it makes it seem as if, it's all continuously comfortable and walkable and everybody's happy and eating all the time. And in reality, there's probably a lot of kind of servicing that's happening with these buildings that's getting in the way of some of those, great civic public spaces that you're kind of hinting at. So I think that kind of reality of the backsides of some of these buildings could be something that could be a useful way to reorganize them. I don't know if there's anything kind of specific about how you've organized them on the site at the moment in that sense. But great presentation. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. That was great. and really great theme. And yeah, really enjoyable and some nice drawings. And yeah, I mean, I think just kind of building on what Andrew was saying, I mean, my main comment again is what's happening between the buildings. So, and I think that comment about, especially like with things like with food production, like understanding like the basics of how it works, like how deliveries, the kind of functionality actually starts to inform the design. So yeah, just like that's kind of the next step, isn't it? And yeah, so what else have I got down here? Yeah, just like yeah, again, the other, it was mentioned before, like you've got like production on the ground floor and resi above it. And so one of my questions was, could some of the production actually go up in section? Could you start, and could there be, you've started to make these kind of transitions between like heavy production, light production, and residential. And you've got co-housing, which has shared spaces. So that could have been pushed further, couldn't it? So could some of these kind of, there's a potential for some of these maybe shared spaces that are more resi orientated or a greater variation. Like you've set up a structure which it feels like it can just keep on going, right? It's got so much potential. But that, so that you create more kind of you know, like more sort of different levels of transitions, and then the blend starts to become richer, and bringing some of the kind of residential life down onto the ground floor level, and sort of mixing it up in section could be potentially interesting. One little thing, like, why are all the buildings the same height? Like, why did you decide not to vary height, building height?
Oh, well, there was we had a discussion this Saturday that that the smaller buildings in the corner and that you can find in the middle of the block, that there could be more variation in height, and that creates more density into the urban block. And yeah, that's that's a process still that I have to develop further.
And then again, I mean, also just I guess the two questions I had was relationship to the wider context and relationship to history. You know, could these be kind of engaged with, like, you had like the new Covent Garden is nearby, and there's this whole history of markets kind of moving around the city. So like New Covent Garden was when Covent Garden moved out of the city center, and then, but now you've also got like markets moving into the city center, like Borough Market. Mm-hmm. The markets just kind of move around, and then you're making this kind of proposal for consolidating a bunch of different kinds of food production in one location, which is interesting. But yeah, I don't know, maybe that could be kind of engaged with more as well. And yeah, just, it's a difficult site, isn't it? Because you can see how difficult it is with the kind of industrial and then kind of social housing and terrace housing. It's, yeah. Great, thank you.
No, thanks for the presentation. I enjoyed it a lot. The drawings are beautiful. I mean, it's great to see, you know, housing urbanism. Every year the drawing becomes better and better and more beautiful. I think huge congratulations to the program. I like the project a lot. Maybe we can start talking about what I felt could be pushed further, and the way in which you also brought up Greenwich Design District as one of the precedents that you looked at and you critique. And I thought that was quite a good project to look at, because in a way both project, your project and the Design District project, deals with the potential of loosely placing blocks on a site, right? But I think there's fundamental difference when you begin to loosely place building blocks when they are led largely by the potential or requirement to hold, let's say, studios for graphic designers, architects, designers, versus, let's say, a larger block that has to hold large production halls. as well as being served by large trailer trucks and service trucks. So whereas in Greenwich Design District, the loose placement of the blocks are creating conditions of mews, streets, patios, and terraces, I think what you're grappling with is really to move away from those linear service lanes that you see just north of the site. And I think in a way you've dealt with that quite well, because in a way you've accepted that there will be this large service lanes, right, that has to access these buildings, but the way in which you space them together moves away from, let's say, the yard, the linear yards, closer towards, I would say, a large European square. It is not Bedford Square, in which there's a green in the middle, but it is a large square, very unusual for London. And I thought that was the strongest part of the design, right? And in which also this large open space and plaza, which is, looking at it, is not, there's no green within it, but you have overlapping carpets that begins to intersect one another, that also begins to fill, to bleed into the internal halls. And I thought that was also very, very interesting. So I wish that you have delved more and to explain those sensibilities and nuances of dealing with the constraint of access, the constraint of scale, but at the same time doing something completely different from Design District, although it appears to formally to be quite similar, right? So I think that was the strength of the project. And I could imagine that if I were to enter this space, suddenly one would say that what seems like a very rudimentary, or I wouldn't say rudimentary, I would say very functional industrial building suddenly almost acquires a certain monumental beauty, precisely because those blocks are placed in counterposition to each other, right? So I think that dissolving away of this very utilitarian access, vehicular access space, I thought was very clever.
Chris, why don't we, before we go to your let's allow Katerina to come in.
When she comes in,
So you're waiting for me? Sorry. The acoustics are a bit difficult here. I don't have that much to add. I thought I really liked the idea of a catalog of almost generic types which bring together industry and manufacturing, production and residential. In a way, I also agree, it looked a bit like the Barbican, some of your section looked like the Barbican with industry at ground level. So I think that, in terms of heights and variation, there could be some work to be done. But in a way, it'd be really interesting to think about if one takes that idea of, could there be something as generic types? And if there's been an exploration about sizes, for example, supermarkets probably, have with the deep floor plates could have probably a similar logic than local logistics centers, both key drivers still in the city, and particular logistics centers are really up and coming everywhere. And what's the particular size of, let's say, a distillery probably could be also a different kind of manufacturer. But in a way, it'd be really interesting to see a systematic exploration of that, which you seem to have done. So I really like this idea of having these generic types which one can then sort of assemble. Perhaps following on a little bit from what's been said in the previous comments as well, it'd be also interesting to think about the voids between the buildings, if they're squares or lanes or whatever, as from the inside out, to take these also as a bit of a driver. And in a way, a lot of my research has to do with courtyards and productive courtyards in Berlin. And some of them are used for heavy production, but then they change over time, they become something else. But what's really important about these spaces as spaces of production and assembly and collaboration is the sectional interface at the ground level. Yeah, and the way in which the buildings surrounding them can interact and interweave with that. And in a way, if one takes the project as an assembly of these quasi-generic types, it'd be really interesting to have seen an exploration about how these voids, the different spaced voids, how they could interact, and also dropping level, half level in terms of privacy, in terms of access, and in a way also in terms of changing uses. I think that'd be really another interesting layer of investigation.
Now, Yani, you're a good student, so I will tell you what I think. I mean, I enjoyed the presentation, and there has been a number of conversation on the themes, and I think all this is good. Throughout the presentation, in spite of your attempt to actually distantiate your project from the design district in Greenwich, somehow the design district in Greenwich kept coming back in my mind, in comments, and to some degree also in your own presentation. And I think it's interesting that it is a fact. I think there is something there which deserves to be thought about. Why is this particular building arrangement, which the design district at the moment represents, is in some respect timely? I think that's a question which is worth bearing in mind. And I think to that extent, I think it is valuable that you responded to that in a way which is creative and trying to actually see what might happen next. At the same time, I would be very reluctant to actually see this arrangement of buildings on the ground as something which I could willingly describe as urban morphology. I think what I see, and maybe it's a superficial way of seeing it on my part, but what I see is a random positioning of buildings on the ground with the hope that this randomness will create a specific urban quality. And I'm not sure that if this is actually the method, that this can actually deliver something which in my mind would merit the word morphology, a science of form on the ground. And to actually develop this a little bit, and this is a comment which doesn't only apply to your project, but it applies also to other projects we've seen today. I think one of the things which strikes me with almost all the projects is that the ground is barely defined in the project that we see. In your defense, yours is an exception because you have started to differentiate it with the patterns of the paving and probably other things which you have in mind. But for me, that there is a question about the nature of the ground, what it is meant to do. And at the moment, what it looks to me is that it's a good old tabula rasa of modernist. It's a blank slate on which there are buildings. And so I think something merits there to be developed. And I would encourage you to do that because I think it is worth doing. Yeah? Now, the second comment, which I would like to first about the morphology and what you mean by morphology. The second is about the relationship between the housing and the food-related industry, which really is a really interesting theme. And, we, and I'm sure you had in all kinds of ways, very interesting discussions about it. Your research is strong, etc. At the same time, I wished that the relationship between what was being made on the lower level and the housing above had a stronger, more creative, possibly even a celebratory relationship. It's a kind of thing which we're discussing about the kitchen in the dwelling being like a miniature of the industrial facility below. Yeah. And this relationship, I think, hasn't yet quite come through in your project, and which for me is potentially is a really exciting aspect of the project. And at that point, I think the domesticity and the urban character of your project would really come together in a way that I think will fly, and I think it deserves to fly. Yeah, so that's what I think.
Thank you.
Yani, thanks. I'm not going to say any more now just for time, but I'll look forward to talking to you more later. You finish things up, but a beautiful project. And I think the conversation has done it justice. I'm now going to ask my colleague Anna Shapiro to say a few words to introduce the final 3 projects. Anna.
Thank you. Okay, so we are staying in South London. Yani asked us to cross the river and start looking at this fascinating stretch between the borough of Vauxhall and the borough of Wandsworth. And this was first project that is sort of interested in exploring the potential of this stretch. The next 3 projects will continue this investigation, and it will be claiming that actually this is where we should be innovating today, that there is a lot of scope to innovate and invent new strategies and new ways of understanding employment land differently across the river. So those of you who are kind of resistant to traveling south, I hope the next 3 presentations will encourage you to do so. And we will start with Aviv, who is going to introduce her project too.
Hi, I'm Aviv. I'm going to show you an idea for a project in Wandsworth. Looking at this area, we can identify some sheds, some terrace housing, and some industrial buildings. Overall, while some of them are bigger than others, they're all working quite separately. I would suggest looking into the scale of several elements working together. Complementary relation between a linear housing block, flexible event space and maker space, and existing sheds that will be relevant as a tool for integrating a highly fragmented, irregular corridors such as this one. Overall, when we think of regularity and continuity in cities, we usually associate it with form. We can think of a grid with 3 blocks inside it, or a repetitive facade and typology, or a high street with buildings on both of its sides. When we look at this famous drawing by David Graham Shane, we see how geography can create modifications on the city grid in moments of regularity and irregularity, and so revealing the neighborliness of different patterns that we can imagine how in the future they will have kind of continuities coming out of these places that we enjoy. Now, this is Wandsworth. It might be similar to other places in London, like the Lee Valley, where we feel this kind of irregularity more strongly and maybe enjoy it less. This is where contradicting patterns of architecture, movement, and geography collide around a single area. Housing estates, the River Wandle, and vast open landscape form interlocking grids. At the crosspoint of these grids, we see the rise of service-oriented environments, elements that had basically nowhere else to be placed in the city, like shopping malls, storage, and big equipment stores, sit side by side with the countryside kind of landscape and housing. And we need to look into addressing these areas and look where they're going to without turning immediately to the direction of a village-like environment that we enjoy in other places in London. Since although now it's mostly the domain of mediocre architecture and minimal crossovers between sectors, we see already projects like this one taking place along the corridor and housing developments that are taking the typical development model that we see so often in London of regularity of style, prioritizing small parcels and looking at consistency in dimensions, materials, facades, and the relation to the perimeter of the block as well. This is something we can question by thinking about how form can actually be connected to continuity and integration on the ground. The same kind of concept of connection of form and continuity on the ground was also explored by Ungers when he defined the idea of gross form. This principle is not necessarily focused on numeric size, but it's more of a manner of addressing both form and scale to rethink of architecture and the city. He defined it using 4 principles: the over-accentuated element, a connecting element, the principle of figure and theme, and the specific ordering principle. This is something that we can relate to these 3 projects that are actually using linearity to achieve more from each element within these clusters. Extending from both Ungers and Stan Allen, we can also see how this corridor is composed of enclaves that are operating separately and are aligned with the infrastructure and the river. And think about the option of working either along this infrastructure or across it, when actually maybe one element can do a bit of both. Even if we keep some of the existing sheds just as they are, we can still achieve continuity on the ground in relation to a linear form and a kind of local reaction to the armature that deals with these kind of transitions. In fact, the corridor as a whole depends on managing the landscape and geography locally on the one hand and the existing movement patterns on the other hand. And the fragmentation of this area is not necessarily going against this strategy, but actually can benefit to it. It's not even about quantity. We can see this project in Wandsworth, this housing project that is actually dealing with a deep floor plan of a shed by using formal differentiation, and think about how beyond some critical amount of housing, it's more about taking advantage of this kind of formal differentiation. In fact, the linear block is distinct in forming this kind of duality of front and back that can be used to negotiate extremely different conditions. And this way we can also look at a changing connection to the Wandel, shifting from a service yard to a kind of housing amenities and some kind of gathering space that will be relevant for the wider area. As a living environment, the linear block is basically a combination of serial cells and a collective experience. As a built element, it has 3 scales. It has the scale of the overall orientation and the internal circulation, and finally, the individual orientation of each of these cells. Because of its length, the apartments are actually a kind of boxes. They're restrained on 2 sides, and we have the other 2 for maneuver. When we look back at this image of the Winscombe Street by Neve Brown, we can look at it on the one hand as a kind of just a staircase going from the kitchen to the yard, but actually what we're seeing here is a possibility of lack of privacy between dwellers in a single project. If we look at housing projects that we don't know who will end up living in them, and it's not necessarily student housing or worker housing with a common background, this is probably one of the first issues to come up as a conflict, the idea of perception of privacy. The kind of container quality of these cells can be approached in different ways by using transparency, continuity, and projection, all related to internal circulation of the building. We can do that by exploring the gallery as a diverse surface in relation to quite generic floor plates, offering more than individual cells without actually insisting on collectivity as the only option. It can also provide multiple options of work and hospitality, and a possibility of a way of life in which diversity is not really limited to a range of pre-curated flat types, but actually slides into the needs of our neighbors and common space. Eventually, the experience and definition of dwelling begins at the threshold, prior to the house itself, right at the entrance. So this encounter can be either minimal, like in this flat, or it can expand into something wider, an intermediate space between 2 flats that are using home as a kind of a studio or office space. It can also accommodate changing needs of hospitality or proximity to exterior space that, for example, a family would need. And even within this framework of a small terrace for 1 or 2 people to enjoy, there is room for maneuver within the width of the surface and proximity to the facade itself. And it can also be used as a place for extension when we're talking about smaller flats. Going back to the block as an urban form with wider contribution and aspiration, it also has a role in requalifying the encounter of housing and industry, not only by movement on the ground, but actually by start using different approaches to facades. While making space for crossing through towards the industrial fabric, towards the landscape, we can imagine activating the ground with an extended ground floor that will occupy civic activity and might attract a wider crowd, making the movement more purposeful through this block. Projects that are dealing with long linear blocks will always have this conflict of improving the quality of life in each dwelling using circulation on the one hand, while keeping sufficient volume for external ambitions. These examples are all looking at balancing the collective experience and individual living conditions. If we test the breaking point of external coherence and linearity, we see that a vertical void for sufficient light and access will require a deeper block or a kind of segmenting into multiple cores. Alternatively, if we were to maximize the individual flat, the corridor would go back to being an efficient entrance with minimal crossovers, taking advantage of the block's depth. But then we might miss the opportunity of using it as an improved work and live environment by treating the corridor as a worthy facade, which forms a kind of intermediate space in each flat towards it, utilizing the voids for both common space and light. But again, when we test the real functional value of internal facades, facing the axis is efficient, especially around these kind of exterior voids. And if we exteriorize the excess, we can still think of using the depth of the floor for more layered use of voids, which would link it all the way through to the other facade, making the interface between threshold and private space much more meaningful. Going back to the gallery axis, here the opportunity might be developing the interface separately from the internal organization of the apartment, so that variations can take place using how we inhabit the common space and, again, the dimensions of the surface. Zooming back out, by realizing the potential each of these segments have separately, we see it makes no sense to have one diagram, and we can actually have a few. One for the ground, one for the housing, and one for the envelope or the roof. Then the ground can be this kind of field of existing and new. Overall, linear blocks have the ability to ascend over highly articulated ground floors and still remain clear and dominant within a cluster of buildings by using the envelope and the form, and still internally accommodate a set of very specific requirements. It can supply the demands of various typologies and crowds and negotiate a flexible and changing space, as well as the dwelling and the industry. This is where the linear is also useful in managing the transition in density and movement patterns when we look at the axis of east and west of this corridor, without even having to align to the north-south orientation of the wandle, which will probably form a greater distinction of back and front. It doesn't mean giving up on the waterfront. We actually can use the permeability of the ground floor to treat detailed relation to each of these frontages and conditions around the cluster. Breaking the volume can also offer an opportunity for differentiated yards that are part of this hierarchy and are also helping adjusting the general condition into a more local one, while still keeping the same kind of sufficient continuity and linearity of the overall accentuated element and the complementing relations of the whole cluster. So while we might not change the overall approach of stylistic regularity or the strategy of integrating these areas, we can study the linear block as an element that has both the ability to have a wider contribution and internal life, especially as part of an urban form that is composed of complementing elements. Thank you.
Thank you for that. It was a wonderfully clear presentation. I think we'll reverse the order again, and if we may turn to Katerina Borsi as our first respondent this time, if we may.
So thank you so much. Great presentation. Be nice to spend more time with these projects because I think it was very clear. It was also very, very dense. So in a way, if I look at your project as exploring the potentials of the linear block, I thought it was really rich the way you drew upon precedents or your group and the way in which the realms of the corridor and the unit were explored. In a way, I come to the ground level cluster in a moment. It'd be really quite nice to sort of maybe have a summary sheet or synthesis sheet where one really sort of shows all the variations. Yeah. So in a way, you made a point at some point that the dwelling begins at the entrance, where I'm not sure if I would really agree with that. And I think parts of the potential what you showed that there's a really layered transition all the way from the inside to the outside. But I think it was really rich the way in which you show where it could expand. And then I think it would be really quite nice to have a set of comparative diagrams that really show the value specifically on each floor between different dwelling units and the shared space. Yeah, and following on from that, it felt to me a bit like some of the most contemporary projects have a whole richness about these layers, both in section and in plan. And in a way, it would have been really quite nice to really push the idea and say, how deep could this block be? For example, there's some projects in Berlin which have a very, very deep floor plan, stretched the dwellings, have an atriums going through, such in order that what's shared, the corridor, becomes a real space for encounter. So in a way, it would have been also interesting to sort of explore the volumetric disposition a little bit more. Yeah. You might have done that, but I think in a way, without the comparative diagram, it was difficult for me to see where's the edge of your experimentation. How far can you take the idea of the linear block? What can it all do? What I really liked was the ground level diagrams, where you sort of showed how the linear block integrated and planned a section to a cluster. I thought it was really, really rich. And in a way, the way also it was drawn by hand, it sort of allowed a higher degree of abstraction almost for me reading into it. And I thought there was a really good way of sort of seeing how these elements can be integrated in the public realm. So in the sense, really, really rich, I think. Yeah, I think I would have liked to see a bit more clarity on the higher floors about what you can achieve and a bit more of an evaluation. And I think to me, it's probably you've done all the research, but maybe in your presentation, or maybe I missed it. I would have liked to hear a bit more clarity about the pros and cons, and at which point do you think there's a cutoff where qualities get lost, that you can't have individual units anymore because you put all the emphasis on the shared realm, something like that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Katerina.
I'll go ahead. Yeah, congratulations. Great presentation. I think I agree a lot with what Katerina was just saying. I think that the way that you showed us kind of the dissection of the interior of the linear block was really nice. Kind of the scope of the range of possibilities is very useful. I think that it starts to feel like you have a really good grasp on how to sort of foster that sense of stewardship and community within the building in that sense. I just wonder though if the linear block at some point reaches a kind of critical mass that makes that difficult, in the sense that I think personally I feel that like community in that aspect has a sort of threshold. There's sort of a limit to the number of people whose names you might know or faces you might know, or just the way that they're dwelling unit looks like from the outside. That's kind of all of those numbers keep changing, but in a sense, we kind of, as human beings, we reach a point where the communities become too large for us to kind of grasp. And so in a sense, I wonder if maybe what's missing is even a little bit more fragmentation of your linear block in that sense, that gives us a slightly clearer sort of designation of how we might have more agency over an idea of community as an individual. And so I think that maybe leads to the next point, which is I really do like the pairing of the linear block with the shed. I'm just wondering if there's maybe a missed opportunity in terms of them starting to hybridize a little bit further and clash and interact one step beyond that. So I guess what I'm getting at is maybe there's a second linear block that's missing, that you need to chop your first one up into more pieces and have it land in a couple more spots on the site and see what kind of interaction those two forms can have and whether or not it's productive. And I could be completely off base and wrong here, and you might do it and realize like, no, that guy was an idiot and this is not a good idea. But I think that might be worth an investigation in the sense of understanding the kind of relationship between them that you've drawn so far is really kind of pertinent and useful. But at the same time, there might be another opportunity there for pushing it even further.
Hello. Thank you very much, and a great presentation again. I had 3 points, I think. I found your investigation in the spaces outside of the homes really interesting, and I think that could have gone a little bit further to look at what is private external space, so defensible space, versus what is truly communal space. And there's some very subtle differences in thresholds and edges of materials and so forth that would define that. I think you could then take that into vertical circulation. So whilst it's a horizontal slab, the vertical circulation through the blocks becomes really, really critical in helping define those layers. And then finally, it would be interesting to see what you take away from the flat because you've provided those communal spaces. So if you took that to its logical conclusion, you'd end up with something like co-living, where you've got a bedroom and a shower, and then everything else is done outside. But as this is a speculative project, it'd be really interesting. Okay, we're going to take the dining space out of the properly enclosed private living space. What impact does that have on your layout? But I think it's very interesting.
Thank you. Thank you. Very nice. I guess the first question would be, maybe I just missed this, but look, why did you arrive, and how did you, why the linear block?
Sorry?
Why the linear block? Like, why this strategy?
I think it came from two aspects. One is the idea of the dwelling and the whole concept of expanding towards the threshold, and I looked at how it's taking place in the organization of a linear block, and there's a lot of exploration there because of the access on both sides and the idea of these kind of restricted boxes. It gives a lot of place for exploring the threshold, I think, and also the idea that I was making with the free project is that there's something in the relations of several elements in which the linear block is really crucial, that makes more of certain things that we already see in this kind of area, like the vast land and the sheds, and they're being utilized much better with this kind of formal set of a linear block along with them. It's doing something as a set. So it was kind of these two reasons.
Okay, so there's, and it sort of relates to your ideas around continuity. So you mentioned continuity several times. So this kind of history of linear blocks that you can build on. Right, okay. And then, and when you're thinking about continuity, another thing, it sounds like a lot of it is a kind of you're thinking in terms of a kind of formal and spatial continuity, but then, and also in terms of time. Is it, yeah?
In terms of, sorry?
So continuity through time. So like thinking about history and the history of the linear block. So and you've got like precedents, and maybe the history of the linear block in Wandsworth. But maybe some more could be made of that. And like things like just what Justin was just saying about the public and private communal boundary. You showed the Neve Brown project and the stair. But, maybe you could do some drawings of that, analyzing the private and those kind of how those boundaries are working. That would be useful. And I guess, the other comment would be just, you had a really nice set of ideas, but I'm not quite clear how they all come together. So that just maybe a bit more work on how that, and then, and what Andrew was saying about the shed and the linear block. I mean, I think even just in terms of your graphic convention, because you're drawing like this dark line around the linear block, and then you're drawing a dark line around the sheds, and even that shows indicates a mindset of separation. So I think like the drawing's really nice, but I think like just think about the kind of mindset you're communicating by the graphic conventions that you choose. So I noticed this in the last project as well. Like I think these dark lines tend to separate things, and what you want to do is connect them. And also just how your project sits with the context. Again, you could try a different kind of drawing where you don't color, yours in red and the existing not colored, where you draw them all in the same graphic convention, so you can start looking at the ways that they're starting to communicate with the wider context. So like trying to show what's new and what's old, but then there's also a way of trying to draw how these things actually relate and connect to one another. Right. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, me. No, I thought that it's very well presented. It's super clear with regards to the way in which the project is set up. The precedents that you've chose are quite familiar to me. Perhaps if you can move to a ground plan, if you have, I think you move very, very quickly. I thought there were a set of I think maybe this one. And do you have another plan of the slab block? Yeah, because you move so quickly, I almost couldn't catch it. Any of this I think will be great. I think the way in which you've used the precedent, and then in many ways I think you have surpassed the precedent that you've chosen, and I think that's worth congratulating. So the way I see how you have surpassed those precedent, if I could perhaps use two examples, or to introduce another precedent to show why I think some of the ideas that you've chosen are successful. In Gifu Kitagawa apartment, I think we're quite familiar with that. I think the success is that it is an incredibly thin slab. And because it is incredibly thin, it is also therefore cranked. It is in an S shape. The S shape is actually structural. I think Sejima and Nishizawa actually wanted a clean slab. But because it was so thin, it doesn't have the stability. So they had to introduce another slab that connects perpendicularly two slabs. So in that sense, it gives the structural stability. But the core idea behind that for the architects were to create an incredibly thin slab so that the communal life and the collective life within housing is visible on the facade, right? And there are two corridors actually, if you see within Kitagawa. One, it is a corridor which faces the outside. It's cold, it's hot, it's not heated. But there's another corridor which they call the Engawa. The Engawa essentially is a corridor that is an extension of rooms, right? So I think those were the set of ideas that are super clear and I thought very, very inventive in Sana. In your project, I think it moves away a little bit from that, and in the sense that it contextualizes a little bit more in London. Because if we were to say that looking at slab buildings in London, I think one of the failed examples in which we have seen is, for instance, Smithson's, where they introduce streets in the sky, right? They are open, they are made quite wide, they don't get too much sun, they are not heated, they are not enclosed. They more often fail, right? Where I think yours, and in that sense, in Smithson's, in a sense that they wanted to create the stacking, as it were, of terrace houses of London, taking a persistent architecture of the city and then to abstract it to something else, right? But I think where yours is more successful, and I see it as almost like a terrace house that is stacked, is that it is no longer the street of Smithson's, but it's almost that you have multiplied the garden shed to the back of the facade. And this is where I thought it was quite clever that the garden shed is actually facing the south, where you get all the light, where you get all the sunlight. And in a way, it would be even stronger if you were to look at these green spaces as mid-door spaces. That is to say that you begin to consider them climatically, that they could be in a way semi-enclosed with just one layer of glass, so that within the shoulder months and the summer month, they almost become winter gardens that could be used, right? And in that sense, it becomes, you begin to consider housing as an accumulation of different microclimates that then informs the type of crossover of program and sharing that you begin to speak of. So if I were to look at it as a series of terrace houses that are stacked on each other, but it is not about the street in the sky, but the garden shed in the sky that is stacked, I thought that is really successful, right? And in that sense, if you move towards your ground plan, the larger site plan, I thought if we were to continue that thinking, where if each terrace unit has the shed in the sky, so to say, facing south, then on the ground, we have that long long garden space that you see in terrace houses, again, elongating towards the park. This is where I think you should, I think it could go a little bit further, in which you could introduce a little bit more linearity, voids, and so on and so forth, in a sense to get that striation, right? And as you know, when you begin to program spaces in a striated manner, it creates a lot of friction. Creating a lot of friction allows you to further the kind of fertile crossover that you begin to speak of, right? So I think these are the ideas that I thought that you've looked at Kitagawa, but I think you have also surpassed it and in a way think about London in a better way. I think also the way in which you crank, if you go back to the axonometric, the aerial sketch, what I thought was interesting, the aerial sketch, right? The last one, I think, here. So as I mentioned, Kitagawa, the tower, the slab block was cranked for structural reasons. But I think that intuitively, I think where you begin to crank it is essentially to create a forecourt. A forecourt to allow you to enter the center of the site, right? But at the same time, creating that buffer between the high-rise and the shared building. Now, if it is cranked in a way to create a forecourt, then the axiality where you begin to confront or begin to look into that connecting bar between the two becomes important, right? And I think that is where I think you should perhaps look a little bit further, because that facade or that frontality should be slightly different from the frontality of the north and the frontality of the south. Yeah? But overall, I think super clear. I think the way in which you surpass the precedent, I think it's very seductive.
No. I listen to everything. I agree with actually much that has been said. So the question that was raised, why a slab? I somehow can't remove it from my head. I don't think you have answered it yet. Yeah. And maybe it will take more time than a day to actually answer the question. Clearly, you have an interest in the type. But talking about what we've got now, in a way, I'm surprised by its orientation. It's a very unconventional orientation for a slab block north-south. It's not, it exists, but it is by and large the exception. And the other thing which surprised me in its siting is that, I don't know the site, but one would imagine that some architect would have made more with the alignment of the slab in relation to the green and the river, possibly. Yeah, but I don't know the side. I am fully with Chris when he asked for the detailed images of the plan, and maybe we can go back, the plan of the slab, that is, maybe we can go back to them. For me, this is where the scheme, why not? Yeah. For me, this is where the scheme gets really interesting, and it does raise a number of questions, whether you have in mind a search for specific housing typology, which in some ways this drawing suggests. You have each dwelling is more or less a square with the services or the bathroom in the center and everything else around it. At the same time, something which repeats. At the same time, it actually suggests something which might actually vary from one dwelling to the other, because there is a variation, notably in what you have described as the thresholds. And I'm not quite sure as yet which it is. And I think that's something which your project would gain a lot from by working through the details of this. And you're probably familiar with the work of Sophie Delay, which might have been mentioned in class. And she is just absolutely brilliant at working through typologies with both specificity and rigor. And I encourage you to look at this. But this I find really interesting. I wonder whether, and again this has been raised, whether your interest in the slab is partly historical. Because, as has been pointed out, you are knowledgeable about the history of the type, and perhaps especially around the 1950s, 60s. And I would like, in a way, you to push your drawing and your argument further about why the slab is a worthwhile topic for us today. And in terms of density, in terms of construction, in terms of neighborliness, in terms of all the kind of values which might be relevant in the design of housing. And the last comment which I will make is about the relationship between the upper, the slab, and the deep plan on the ground. And here, my comment in a way is similar to the one I was making with the scheme from Yani. I find that the relationship between the two is incidental. And it is quite difficult for me to understand in what way what is above benefits from what is below, and vice versa. And so I think here, maybe the argument also needs to be constructed, and perhaps a richer relationship between what is below and above needs to be articulated, maybe. But, I enjoyed it. Actually, I enjoyed Yoni's scheme as well.
Thank you, Aaron. Time, so we will tune. The stage is yours. Thank you very much, Aviv.
Hello, I'm Chen, and we'll bring us to envision a media city in Clapham Junction. So we're observing Transport District now become desired urban environment in many cities. These special conditions capture the rising tendency to emphasize mobility services and urban intensity. The role of stations in urban subcenter is no longer limited to providing mobility services only. They are now expected to serve as a platform to support our active and enjoyable life. This research of integrating media city and mobility infrastructure in Clapham Junction attempts to reshape the underperforming urban periphery and respond to our experience of living collectively at the same time, connecting to the big production network. Clapham Media City is visioning an enabling environment with media-oriented facilities organized along with the dominant transport infrastructure. It consists of a broadcast studio, a MediaTek, Academy of Media, and mixed-use housing. 3 big building projects together formed a complementary development scheme which puts the mobility services as its main characteristics. Here, stations are no more just an eccentric point where commuters depart, but an urban interchange where resources and opportunities gather. By the well-connected nature, transport district like Clapham Junction become the center of vibrant urban lives where people enjoy being together, participate in the network, and benefit from the local society. Station developments in many cities are showing this trajectory. The merger of rural is driven by the advantage of mobility services, attracting investment across the EU region, forming this unique cluster of big buildings. That size was brought up as a subject to show a different way of what to do and how to do things in transport district. Kyoto Station articulate big buildings further to address our desire of being close together. The massive atrium unites different programs into a social landscape under one big roof. And Utrecht Central Station puts bigness as a strategy to redefine the critical ground level. By creating meaningful relationship with the city, the transport district become a popular space valued and enjoyed by people. Integration and intensity are critical in these station developments. The trajectory suggests the morphological starting point of building big to deal with the complex yet beautiful urban moments of transportation. Although, as well as a station development, Clapham Junction might seem mismatched with this set of primary stations, it is currently one of the busiest interchanges in the UK. Furthermore, Clapham Junction is part of the new proposal of Crossrail 2 providing an alternative route for journeys into central London. It also sits on the border of the newly imposed ultra-low emission zone, which attempts to reduce the usage of private vehicles. Therefore, we can expect the upcoming Clapham Transport District as a critical encounter point of the southern suburb with central London. But Clapham Junction is located within the industrial legacy of South Bank, London, challenged by the disjunctive urban conditions. Transport infrastructures cutting through become a barrier dividing the residential fabrics into parts. And the city turns its back to the railways and leaves this area as a disregarded logistic backyard. Large train workshops and good open spaces are hidden behind viaducts and fences. Big shade retails, car parks, and light industry occupy the low-value plots and coexist in a chaotic situations. While Clapham Junction maintains weak connection with its surrounding, new buildings and redevelopment projects are happening in this area without an integrated overall view of what this area can become. We urge the development of Clapham Station Complex, critical large-form buildings that enable the transformation and fulfill the impulse of bringing things together. To compose meaningful relationship with complexity. Learning from Maki, megaform should be understood as a compositional entity. It comprises several independent functional systems in a dynamic relation by the given physical joint at critical points. Selecting proper functional system is essential to sustain its consistency compared to rigid hierarchical system. With this understanding, the Clapham Station Complex can be seen as into 3 different parts. The MediaTek connects to the learning landscape on the north. the mixed-use housing in the high street environment on the south, and the station's concourse deck uniting each part across the rails under one big roof. The building big is also fighting against the surrounding fragmented residential fabric. It is a mechanism to increase the long-wanted urban intensity here. The discussion of new living environment in Clapham Media City opens up from different scales. While building department store to encourage consumption seems no longer relevant here, we think about transport-oriented development now as an enabling environment where we support livings in the community. The media tech cohabit with the station, organizing 3 levels: the lower existing ground, the platform, and the higher concourse deck into a multifunctional interchange connecting people to other places and wider virtual network. Knowledge buildings now becomes more as a platform of information exchange. Beside their archives, they provide diverse programs and learning environments by integrating new medias to encourage participations. This shows through the typological choice of knowledge buildings in recent years, in which deep floor plate building became representative. From Sendai Media Tech exploring the generic floor plan, Seattle Central Library testing with unique structure, or Doc One deploying this typology as almost an infrastructure plate. So referring to the research of building dimensions and spatial hierarchy, the Media Tech in Clapham organized with a central service space, which the deep floor plate becomes sustainable to accommodate diverse activities. It sits on the north side of the railway that the Media Tech app stands from a set of schools, youth center, and playground as a focal point of the learning and recreation landscape. Through our collective experience, people's behavior can no longer be defined by aesthetic elements now, which we are observing society on the move. From the past 2 years, the habituation of mobility services and internet liberates us from our physical location to form virtual communities. The relationship between suburb and the city are reshaped. Facing the big system's unexpected breakdown, the urge to search for a qualitative local community emerged. New lifestyle of balancing between local living and the big production network can be achieved in this superconnected world. Individual knowledge workers and small companies specialized in the tech and media domains are moving away from the uniformed office, looking for more domestic and flexible workspace, which is convenient for project-oriented collaborations. In light of technology advance, office can be where we are now. Therefore, by challenging the clear separation between office and houses, we search for alternative model of bringing the work environment closer to our local community. Adapting the vertical courtyard typology, the mixed living environment encourage the sharing culture, that residential units and small companies are accommodated in the same floor plan with the buffer of the sharing meeting room, focus pots, pantry, and terraces. That with the shared facilities to keep productive, knowledge workers now can choose remote working 3 days in a week with the flexibility of being close to their family life. Transport District is a beneficial location that living in Clapham Media City became a desirable option where they formed a tight tech and media-oriented society. The whole development scheme completes with 2 other big building projects. Besides the described station complex in the middle, the other 2 are a broadcast studio and housing integrate with a train workshop on the west and a media academy integrating with a housing block on the east. All the existing ground they build on are interacting with the topography of infrastructure. Therefore, building big is critical, allowing them to redefine their critical levels. To utilize the depth of the valuable land close to the station, Network Rail and TfL as the main stakeholders are leading these projects. Together, the whole scheme can deliver good amount of housing in Clapham Media City and shape the transport district for next generation. Building big is evoked by the challenging condition which single architecture is incompatible to make change. And by building big, they reshape the relationship between infrastructures and the city. The disregarded logistic backyard turned into an armature of media-oriented knowledge cluster. Sitting along the extension of the Vauxhall 9 Elms Battersea Opportunity Stripe, the vision of Clapham Media City can be seen as part of the transformation scheme and bring the change further west. In another way, Clapham Media City is an example of transport-oriented development in urban periphery. It relies on the meaningful urban elements of transport infrastructure to establish a new desired living environment in the age of information. The truly important things lies in valuing these unique and beautiful urban moments, which Clapham Media City brings us to envision a different way to inhabit collectively in this city. Thank you.
We've been rejoined also by Nick Fox. I don't know, Nick, if you want to join in this session, or if you've come. Yeah, okay. Who would like to begin? Yeah. Would you like to begin?
Yeah. Do you have a plan of the platform that is straddling the railway track? Do you have a plan of that? What's happening there?
In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle.
It's the concourse platform level. It's a big deck under one big roof.
It's the station.
Yeah,
is
it's
it?
a station.
Oh, right.
It's the main station.
Okay.
The mess.
Yeah, it doesn't quite. So that's your proposition, right? Straddling between the two. Yeah. That's what I thought. They build really fast. The last time I went. No, I thought that if anything, that's the most audacious part of the project, and I kept thinking about this thing that is in the middle. So I think I will just focus on that and perhaps leave and not take up too much time and let the other parts of the project perhaps to be discussed by other great reviewers here. I thought it's a great idea in a way to straddle two disconnected sites. I think as urbanists and architects, that's our first impulse, right? Is to stitch things together, and if we could use architecture to do that, then why not? So I thought that instinct was very good, and that's the most audacious part of the project. Now, if you go to your 3-dimension, what I thought would have been quite amazing is that if you were using the volts are straddling the wrong direction. Now, what I mean by that is that you see there are not many instances where buildings are built across railway tracks. It's because it takes too long. because the opportunity time that you are able to are very short. Essentially, is when those train tracks are not in operation. So which also opens up an opportunity that could drive a certain grammar or a certain. That is to say that if we are to think about a building that could be built incrementally, but also latching on the train of building, then I would orientate both running long. So that's one or two railways could be, and in which the other track, and those are the. Now, what it will enable also that both seems to be regular, undifferentiated. You were to suddenly get an architecture that is made up of differentiated vaults that contracts and expands, that constrict and flares according to what's available on site, or according to the constraint. And I think that really, I think, would create an incredibly beautiful and nuanced platform as opposed to what we see. So I thought that the structural solution is not right, but also because the structural solution is not right, it is also undermining the potential of the vaults and the track.
You took Utrecht as an example. I mean, they treated that project as open heart surgery. And it was exactly along those lines that the solution was found for how they could move the mall onto the top of the, in a sense, to use the mall to bridge the different aspects by orienting the vaults in that way. And you showed it in your drawings, perhaps just didn't know it. But Justin, do you want to?
Thank you. I completely agree with that. And when you introduced the project, I thought it was really interesting where you're talking about typically London turns its back to the railway. So the idea of turning your front to the railway, I was starting to get excited about. So the fact you've put your buildings kind of edging up onto the railway felt like a missed opportunity. I think the other thing you get with working with the geometry of the railway, you're working with the dimension of a train, you're delivering most of your construction from the train, and I think that would lead you to a really interesting building typology. If you then fold the idea of an education institute into that, I think you've got a really, really fascinating project. So I think I completely concur with that before. Some of the Japanese railway stations are really good at that. It is not about putting a deck over the top, kind of hiding the railway. I think that's the sort of the shift in mindset. I think I saw on your plan, somewhere as you flipped through, something quite interesting where you were putting workspace on the same floor as the residential in the centre of the core. And I thought actually that's really interesting. And it's not just workspace for the people living on that floor. It's actually people would come and work there outside of somebody's front door. And I think that's a really interesting typology, definitely worth exploring more, and where those boundaries are and what are the benefits, positives and negatives, doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, great project. I think to follow up on the last two comments, actually, if you go back to the axonometric at the end, I think the one thing that I was noticing that I don't think you touched as much on, I think the two other building types that are maybe not quite as developed, but I think there's something interesting about that far right one in sort of contrast to what Justin and Chris were just getting at. And I think that it maybe has to do with kind of modes of transportation and scales of transportation in a sense. And so I'm guessing that, I think you said that one was a like a school with housing integrated, right? And so there's almost this question of, I really appreciate the bigness and the discussion about bigness and the relationship that it has to the rail, and that operates at a certain scale that's sort of in conjunction with major station, which operates at a scale that's in conjunction with something like Crossrail 2 or whatever we're going to describe as a kind of larger infrastructural attitude. And then there's this other piece that I'm feel like I can kind of sense a little bit of your intention there, and I'll just assume that I'm correct in the assumption that is operating at this other scale that is more sort of community focused in a sense. And in that location, I think that actually kind of trying to strip directly across the rail like that makes sense as a gesture of saying this other thing is big and it's supposed to be kind of attached and in motion with the trains, and there's this separate piece that's actually related to the neighborhood and has a way of access for community members that are just trying to get across from one side to the other without dealing with the hustle of the station itself. And so I think maybe as a pairing, they end up kind of doing something useful together. I also like the way that you're starting to integrate the different functions in terms of workspace and domestic space. I'm just wondering if they can be leveraged a little bit better in terms of the way that dealing with something as kind of intense and noisy as a rail line can maybe be handled by those functions actually becoming useful to each other. So rather than just kind of mixing the workspace into the domestic floor plates, is there a way that we're layering in a pretty strategic manner that says there's things that can deal with sound better than other things, and can we kind of align them in a sense that makes them kind of benefit each other and still get that mix that we're looking for, but has a kind of a relationship to the rail as something that needs to be dealt with, and how does each of those types of spaces handle that? And so I think even the program that you've chosen to relate to the housing in terms of media might be a good starting point, just because things like broadcast studios already have to be incredibly like insulated in terms of sound attenuation. So it makes sense to put those spaces as close to the rails as we can. They're already going to be budgeted to have all of this extra kind of equipment included that helps us deal with sound. Put them by the noisy thing, and then these spaces we want to be quieter, these domestic spaces, they get this kind of buffered layer in between them and the rail. So I think there's kind of a way you could start to stack some of these pieces with their relationship to the rail that could make a lot of sense. But great presentation.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I really enjoyed this project. Some of the things, one of the things I enjoyed is that you don't just have a single site, that you've kind of extended beyond the site and along the railway. And I really like the urban drawing. Can you just flick to that? The wider context drawing. I think it was this one. As you know, the way that your kind of strategy. What I liked about this. Let me know. It's what I see in this is, which kind of answers, I think, some of the comments that have been made, is this idea of using the railway as a way to drive development. But usually what we see with the way that railway drives development is it drives it around the expansion of the station, which is what you're doing. But actually this suggests that the railway as a piece of infrastructure can actually drive development. This is what I'm seeing in this drawing. And it's not about railways as stations, but it's about the railway as a viaduct, that it's actually something you can kind of build on. And that kind of with your idea of kind of facing railways and kind of embracing them rather than just turning your back to them. And I think that's a really kind of fascinating idea. I really like this drawing. I love the way that your project isn't just a single site. It suddenly, is expanding all the way across the southern. You can see it expanding all the way across London. So I thought that was really exciting. But that kind of suggests this idea of like bridging across isn't necessary. So it's always the problem with railways that they form this barrier. The viaducts form an incredible barrier even when they have lots of openings through them. But I think this strategy perhaps offers a way of maybe dealing with that a bit, which isn't actually about crossing the barrier, but actually embracing it. And so then when you build across a railway, that is an incredibly difficult and expensive thing to do. you've mentioned Clapham Junction is one of the busiest railways in the world. So are you going to shut all the railways and stop them? Or even to shut down one or two lines? I mean, I worked on a project next to the railway, and dealing with, it was incredibly, anything we had to do with the railway was incredibly difficult. They don't like you building anywhere near their property. It's in a way, when you go across the railway, it has to be something super important because it's so much energy is going to go into it. So yes, like all the comments, like you could, these are like, if you go back to that other diagram that you had up a minute ago, like, yeah, the other one, the kind of axonometric one that you had, because it just showed so you got the main kind of structure going across the main platform. And I agree you would do it in a simpler way, but then these other ones to the right, in a way they seem unnecessary to me. And it's like, you've kind of stabbed at it, but actually probably the better solution would be to orientate them sideways and make them parallel to the railway and kind of engaging with it. But yeah, okay. And just some other comments. So the size, interesting idea. It feels like you can engage with that more fully somehow. I'll just drop it at that. I liked the presentation, the way you justified choice of Clapham Junction is super clear and made a lot of sense. I liked your site analysis, that you're like, you're looking at what exists in Clapham and kind of learning from it. Again, it feels like you could probably make more of these kind of observations about the park, that you could work with that a bit more. And this idea of backs and these kind of back and forgotten spaces, and you can maybe just engage, and then turning them into a kind of taking the unloved spaces and turning them into loved spaces. And that's about engaging with the railway. But one of the fundamental problems with the railway is it's really noisy and it's really polluted. So how do you make something front? So then it becomes you've kind of posed a lot of fantastic questions which just demand a huge amount of research. It's like how do you face a railway that in and of itself is a really kind of incredible question. So one idea is you can put things that already demand a kind of high acoustic and airtight kind of, separation. You can do that. So, but the Kingston Town Hall project that won the Sterling Prize this year. But, it's a library demanding quiet, and it's a performance space which is incredibly noisy, and it's all open and connected to itself. So, these things can work. But the other thing that made me think of was this idea that was in the first project we saw, this idea of the services as a facade. So often you use services as an acoustic barrier when you're designing projects, right? Because they're like because suddenly you've got a room, which is actually the whole room's kind of working acoustically, because you're not sleeping in the bathroom. Well, you shouldn't be anyways. And but so you can use these different strategies. So. And then if you're trying to embrace the railway, then this idea of the kind of service as a facade, as showing inhabitation, that's interesting. You guys maybe should do a project together. So that was one idea. And then, so when you're looking at big, I think you need to think about human scale. So what's the relationship between big and all the things opportunities it has and human scale? And I think that's not quite addressed yet. And great set of precedents. And I think that's me. Thank you very much.
I've just been told by our technical team that the batteries need to be replaced in this, so we'll turn to Katarina to conclude the comments on Shun's work while we change the batteries here. Thanks.
Well, if I look at it as a strategy, I'm very dark now suddenly. As a strategy of investigation through bigness, I think I'm convinced in a sense. I felt that the way in which the drawings communicated a number of solutions on a typological scale and a scale of program, about the way in which program can intensify, but also the 3D overview at the end, the way the bigness sits in this wider urban context. I thought it was quite convincing. Yeah. If we take the question of bridging over or not, I don't know. You could imagine a prefabricated bridge leveraged over, but I do think in terms of urban transformation and contribution, I think that project would sell it to me. So I think that's, to me, was quite rich. In a way where I thought I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more, maybe there was a factor of time, is maybe coming back a bit to Andrew's comments, the way in which, let's say, the housing part could really integrate with the station, and how do you build adjacent to a station. But also maybe it felt a bit that different components, I would have liked to see them push in their potential a little bit more. So, for example, the workspaces with the housing flats were quite small. But also, could we not imagine not just having raised courtyards, but maybe could they sit on the plinths? Maybe the plinths could be the public realm or the cultural building, and then the other spaces sort of sit a little bit more in between. So in a way, one layer of investigation about how the buildings in section really connect to the ground as well as connect to the infrastructure to the railway station. I think this would have almost completed the project. But overall, I thought some really interesting drawings. I really liked the reasoning across scales. And I thought that the overall argument was well made.
Thanks. Wonderful project, and it gave us a lot to talk about. Thanks very much. And we'll now turn to Yulia Spirik, who will be our final presenter on the afternoon. And that we'll then tell you more about our keynote speaker afterwards. Julia, over to you. Thank you.
The society of makers are people from a specific society, capable of interacting with production, who like to share facilities, to work artisanal but also industrial, but at the same time enjoy a working environment that has domestic characteristics. These drivers of change offer nowadays an important bridge for living differently in a heavy working industrial area. Very often, when we look at centrally located employment lands, equally as infrastructures related to industry, transportation, and logistics, we see them as abundant consistency enemies to residential neighborhoods. What if we reach a profitable situation for multiple actors while creating a new form of inhabitation, together with the common sense of the society of makers? They have the ability to create an interlink between people that are working and living by sharing collective facilities in forms of artisanal and industrial production, logistics, and employment, hospitality, education, and where we see growing up close to the means of production by learning from a parent's everyday activities is where work and domesticity comes together. The society of makers' ability is but most importantly to inhabit irregular typologies. By transforming buildings into new organizations and create a collective-driven work environment. The shift of perspective that this society offers gives us the chance to adopt a new lifestyle, now able to embrace and use irregular spaces. What if this allows to keep these urban irregularities in forms of urban grain, mobility, geography, and production activities still running so that we are not losing an important piece of urban diversity in our cities? And what if these industrial areas' real potential lies exactly in its own consistent logic of variations by its typological offers, which collide but could contribute to residential aspects only when we register it as an industrial landscape. Thus, the redesign of production-specific and relatively large-scale industrial typologies raise important questions in our architectural field, such as the interweaving of the ground floor, demands from multiple actors who need the same tools or distribution mechanism, or share the same interests in production processes by having direct access to the outside space, use of daylight and dimensions. A typological contribution which reaches synergies between different actors can be seen in the production corridor, a multi-layered space that allows inhabitants and workers to have a social benefit and equally access to a collaborative environment of workers. This new industrial environment would, like no other, integrate a life-full city aspect, bringing an increased benefit for all its users, naturally creating the connection between the needs and the offers at an extremely local scale, generating opportunities for collaboration and potentially giving links between developers and companies for new job opportunities. In this case, the multi-layered corridor is not only working as a social connection between several actors, it is also a graduation tool from heavy big industries to small production workshops and housing units. It creates new forms of workspaces and accommodates big companies next to smaller independent entrepreneurs. It aspires to a wider urban benefit to have a large working space with immediate access to the city center. The accessibility of this industrial landscape now opens to a wider public interest within the neighborhood, where it is a question of mobility and the opportunity of a large linear dimension. By transforming an industrial access street into an interior corridor, we change the interaction with the adjacent neighborhood by exchange of mobility. Like we see in the transformation of big linear urban infrastructures, where a previous big spatial barrier becomes a meeting place for the neighborhood. But also in linear sequence urban corridors, where visitors wander around between tailors, pottery makers, bike repair shops, graphic designers, filmmakers, and have direct access to production and display at the same time. The developers there and from the neighborhood can now aim to live sustainably. Among the range of people, we could imagine one using its bike to get in 5 minutes directly to a tailor's workshop. While he gets his trousers repaired, he looks at the new inventions of a product designer. Meanwhile, somebody else needs help for his broken coffee machine and gets the needed replacements from a specialist. Large linear typologies do not only provide a profitable situation for commercial and production activities, but they also question new forms of access and disposition of the series of housing units. With a multi-layered system, we might interweave residential aspects with work-related movements, sitting next or on top of each other and contributing for a further intensification in an industrial area. While the area has still access for tracks to support logistics needed by its industrial aspects, the other parallel corridor is allowing the area to be friendly for a human scale and offering its benefits to the surrounding neighborhood. Well, to consider aesthetic matters in the design process for this landscape, we need to take in consideration of the new acceptance to unconventional dimensions, structures, materials, and the use of light and vegetation. Considering light and form, we might learn from industrial buildings the strong potential of roof designs and simple, robust materials. In this case, we see an emerging desirable aesthetic, which goes parallel to an alternative design process. This is highly connected to the infrastructural beauty based on functional decisions, primarily related to tectonics and organization. So far, the interest of the Society of Makers has been driven by an adaptive attitude and short-term rentals, which is highly mirrored in the use of materials and forms. Nevertheless, when moving to something more sustainable, it is useful to bear in mind this short-term aspect. Instead of a flat roof and windows to the street, we rather consider light provision for everyday activities which are work-related and desire light from the top, as artists, photographers, workshops would desire to. Considering material and together with light circulation, we might not use homogeneous surfaces, we rather think of a contribution of even cheap materials which are highly related to work-dependent uses in its use, its robustness and maintenance. The dimensions and allocation of a window is situated to a selected view to the outside. The new dimensions and interior circulation might contribute to a combination of work and living in the same place. It brings an additional commitment of actors and an additional quality of collaboration in terms of working and living differently. The question of new aesthetics is not only limited to the building itself. We find a new form of nature and landscape which is less a traditional garden, but in forms of infrastructure itself, taking over or working as an interface between the building and the rough surroundings. By coming to the end, in order to reach this new vision, we need to change firstly our attitude towards employment lands to reach urban integration and desirable intensification. We will not succeed with this broken fabric if we apply in such conditions for further urban upgrading traditional operation tools, which are normally related to regular street networks and repetitive block systems. Equally, we should avoid tabula rasa, the only way we could activate the traditional tools on this plot. But this would miss the opportunities that this area can offer. By understanding this condition as an industrial landscape, we might benefit that we can activate it and work deeply on it as if it was a framework that is exactly able to integrate a range of different activities and actors within big-scaled and irregular typologies and make use of its surrounding surfaces. Likewise, we need to apply incremental strategies and gain a new value towards existing industrial typologies, as the flexibility of the ground and roof that can offer an opportunity for synergies between multiple actors by applying new dimensions of living and of nature and landscape. By its position to the neighborhood as an event structure and appearing as a variation and opportunity in its dimension, but also in question of smart logistics and mobility. Therefore, since the spreading of row houses protected by historical housing policies, and the city center is protected by its historical value, the industrial areas continue to be developed as an autonomous policy of private ownership. The result is an independent process lacking urban integration and missing opportunities. Very often we see as in new developments like Greenwich Peninsula Design District or the old vinyl factory, strategies that are pursued by developers who take over former industrial areas without preserving the essential industrial uses. The result is a limited promise, seized deepened as a nostalgic dream, thereby unconsciously transformed into an unsatisfying theme park. The identity of such a place is lost, and with it, its crucial involvement in the neighborhood. Their failures or short-term successes emphasize Why is it now important to call upon government's interest and also the attention of developers and stakeholders to be aware of the existence and future of industries in our cities together with housing? Therefore, we need to start with a new attitude towards the means of production and a new formulation of an alternative approach towards employment lands. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was really a delight to listen to, Yulia. Who would like to begin?
Thank you. That was fantastic. I think had me at the bit where you started talking about children learning from production. So to me, you spelt out the reason why you bring the industry and the domestic environment together, which I don't think we've had this afternoon. You then introduce the production corridor. So you're creating a place where those two things interact, whilst also creating a buffer between some of the more tricky elements of the industrial and the residential. You go on to talk about creating an ecosystem of work, which I think is really important in the scale and the way that sort of changes over the course of time as companies develop. So I think it's a really strong proposition. You didn't mention where your site is, but I think I've worked it out in the end. So yeah, thank you very much.
Totally agreed with that first comment. Congratulations. It was great presentation. I think extremely articulate. And I also really appreciated the kind of variation in scale that you walked us through, the kind of execution of the concept or the idea at all of those various scales was very successful, even down to the conversations about aesthetics kind of showing up in a way that I think is, a great counterpoint to those last couple examples you showed us in terms of your theme park critique, which I tend to be on your side about in certain instances. I think the other thing that I just wanted to give you some praise for was the kind of, I think your scheme kind of answers a bunch of questions we've heard from earlier projects in the day. One in particular, I think, is this kind of conversation we've had back and forth about framework and formwork, I guess, that maybe aren't the best two terms to use for it, but your project kind of has both at the same time, and there's this unique sort of collection of typologies that I think is really effective, and the way that you're deploying them with a really thoughtful strategy about what happens in between them is evident in everything that you've shown us. And so I'll just kind of leave it at that. I think that there's a really rich amount of information here, and you did a great job. So thanks.
Thank you. That was very enjoyable. Very nice. And yeah, so I agree with everything that's been said. I really liked how you started with an internal view. That's a great way to start a presentation. Inside your kind of proposal, you can see the human scale. The view held a lot of the things that you're mentioning, so that worked really well. I really like that you addressed the wider context, and it feels like the scheme, builds these relationships to the context around it. That's really nice. I really like this, how you took the existing industrial access street becomes this new internal corridor. Yeah, I understood that right, yeah. So I really like this. Again, that comes back to my personal interest in continuity. And continuity is fundamentally about identity. So your critique of like the Greenwich about identity. And I just wonder if you can make more of that. Like I wonder if you could make more of the kind of existing qualities that are there on the site and kind of build on those, make a richer kind of scheme. I think you're doing that, but maybe just making it more clearer. And yeah. And yeah, some really nice ideas that just kind of drive formal moves like light from the top, which makes a lot of sense. And just listening to Justin, thinking about the kitchen as a space of production, you could see how you could take this forward and start introducing kind of deeper layering using the set of ideas that you have. But yeah, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it. It was great. There's a couple of things that pop into my mind. I think when I sort of think about and get taken on your journey with your narrative, which is really engaging, really thorough, you've committed to the process and you've delivered, which is great. And I think the comments that you'll be getting now are a kind of finer detail or a finer grain for those elements that we could probably all layer into our own interpretations of what they could be. The fundamental, personally, of taking the housing component and actually embedding it in the centre of the scheme, rather than just splitting everything because it's too difficult to deal with, I think is really encouraging, because otherwise, if we don't have that sort of level of debate, myself and Anna are dealing with a project, similar kind of conversations at the moment, and the moaning that's coming from all of those different uses and the competition and the conflict perceived, it's a really difficult barrier to get over, whereas this offers, I guess, a more thoughtful and integrated approach. I think is it's only going to benefit the cities as we work in them in the future. And by placing the kind of finer kind of manufacturing elements in the centre again, encouraging to see that actually architects are grappling with that rather than ignoring it. This drawing is probably a great example, actually. What the final sort of elements that I would love to understand a little bit more of what's maybe in your head and your thought process is the texture. And that's both really simplistic manner is the ground plane, the zoning of that now, because there's a finer grain, I'm sure, that sits within your mind that hasn't quite transferred to the scale yet. And there's a number of reasons for that. One is scale that you're dealing with and the time commitments that you've got and all of that stuff. But I think that level of maybe taking the precedent approach that you've got, maybe thinking about one zone and just giving us a sense of what that whole area, that whole zone within the wider feels like, would then just give us a sense of how you would then bring the rest of it forward. I think that would help. But all of these things are just really to layer in that final level of detail. I think a further understanding of, we've got sections, we've got 3D shots. I've said it to some of your colleagues already today, what those spaces kind of feel like a little bit as well, would be great. And I think that would just really supplement what's already a really successful proposition and just kind of underpin it with an understanding of kind of what it feels like to be either human being living there, working there, and just spending time. I think, yeah, it's great. Really enjoyed it.
Okay. I think, Julia, this is terrific. I really liked your project. And what I liked in particular is that it is not simply an architecture project where you try to put A together with B and make it work. I mean, throughout the ideas and through the drawings and also through the text itself, which you read, which I thought was very, very strong, it was clear that one was presented something which was much more than an architectural project, and that one was presented with some kind of societal plan, that there was something which you felt very, very strongly about, and that you put it together in a project. I think that's fantastic. I think that's what, an architecture student project at its best does. And so I think that's terrific. Thanks you very much.
I agree with everything that has been said. It's incredibly polished, incredibly engaging, and incredibly beautiful set of drawings. So I think there's very little that I could add. So congratulations. I'm super impressed with the work. So I think for me, I think a lot of the positive points of the project has been said. So maybe I would just add personally what I find most inventive. Right? I think there's a strong societal, cultural, and even political argument behind the project, which I appreciate. So I think I come back to your critique of, let's say, Greenwich, and in which you say it's a theme park, and I think I agree with you based on what you said, because I think it has to do with the question of coherence and difference in an urban plan. And in which, if I were to compare that project, the design district project, to your project, the almost desperate attempt to create difference in the design district has lost a certain coherence. And it is because we can't find that coherence, we begin to think that it is a theme park, right? Because each building, which each facade tries to be as exotic as possible, thereby, rendering that urban plan to have no coherence and become a theme park. Whereas I think what's remarkable about your project is that if I were to strip away the elevations and to strip away the roof, I would be able to detect an incredible consistency with regards to its structuring element, right? And it is the way in which you have created a striated organization made up of very, very simple structure, and in which through that coherence of a structuring grid and space, you are able to create a diverse set of figures and undulation of forms, and with that also creating those sort of conditions of ground, of gardens, of street, of mews that you speak of. So in the sense that embedded within the urban plan, there's an incredible coherence that is arrived at the most simplest and most economical of means. And I think that is also quite an achievement, because as we begin to think about climate change and embodied carbon, the way in which you utilize the most simple, if I were to look at the dimension of your structures, it is not a concrete frame, it is actually a steel frame because of its thinness. And to use a simple modular steel frame element, in a sense, is a very, very efficient way of looking at using material and achieving material efficiency. Because if you were to look at a whole life carbon, the same element could be reused in many, many ways, and it has a longevity of life in terms of its embodied carbon. So I think it touches a lot of issues that we are concerned about today: climate change, embodied carbon, using material efficiently. And I think the one that I enjoy most is that incredible variety and richness that arise out of something so simple and something so structured. And I think to me that's what I'm most attracted to with regards to the project. So congratulations.
Tom, maybe we'll finish by turning to Katarina. Yeah.
Yeah, I can only add to the congratulations. I really, really enjoyed this presentation. And I think the narrative, both visual and verbal, was really outstanding. And I think, to me, despite the fact that I can see the project could exceed architecture, but I really enjoyed it. It was so architectural. And I think, to me, a big difference was everything was drawn. Yeah. So the moment you spoke about collaboration or learning or sharing, we could see it drawn. We could see it drawn in plan and in the sections through a series of particular concepts, let's say. And I think why I find it so rich is also that, to me, I could see a whole set of concepts which are also transposable. Yeah. So in a way, I know you took on a particular urban condition with the business and industrial districts, but at the same time, some of the things that also Chris mentioned, some of the logic about the way you sort of have stratified the space in the way which you have two layers of stratification and some objects in the middle, I think that is, could be an urban strategy also applicable elsewhere, which I think is really rich. And in a way, it'd also be interested to see, you had some really beautiful diagrams in the plan. It'd be interesting also to think about if you were to transpose it to a new context, just with new buildings. I think there could be almost more variety within this coherence. And I think your urban strategy or your typological strategy would allow you to do that. So in that sense, I think it's fantastic, and it works because everything has been drawn. So the ground floor has been drawn, and we could see the zones of interaction, exchange, and learning. And we could see the production. We could see a transformed domesticity by integrating it. So in a way, it was really consistent in itself. So it was really, really, really interesting. That's not a critique. I think it's just more a general comment. In a way, it'd be really interesting to think So what happens if that becomes an urban condition? You know, what happens almost in every project? What happens if what you analyzed could be taken as an urban problem and applied elsewhere? Where are its limits? Yeah, and I remember it used to be the case that we would see a lot more catalog of options rather than the one proposal. And in a way, you know, I'm missing this a little bit, maybe because I'm nostalgic about it, but I'm always really intrigued by the possibility of what you've drawn. And then, you know, what could my students do with it? How could we take it on to a master plan elsewhere? You know, how we could drive it forward as an urban strategy across scales. For example, your multi-layered corridor, that probably could be also much bigger, perhaps. You know, I don't know. But I think that's just something maybe to be discussed at a later stage, also as part of the program, because I think, to me, it's the reasoning between larger scale plans and performative urban dimensions in the typological articulation where all this work is so incredibly rich and where I always sort of learn so much from each other. And I think this final presentation was certainly a definite highlight for me of what to take forward. So thank you for that.
On again. Great. Katrina, I'm not sure if you heard our thanks to you, but I'd like to draw this to a close, and I'd like to draw it to a close, first of all, by thanking you, Yulia, and all the previous students who presented. I thought today's work was exemplary. And when I reflect on what a challenging year it's been, that we began by being separate and often remote from one another, and coming together finally, all of you here in London, all of us together, I think we've traveled quite a ways. And what I think we can see is that from around the world, we brought together a series of perspectives on the changing city, the role of architectural and formal reasoning in helping us address the changes that we're all experiencing. And I would also like to thank our jurors today. All of you have given wonderful comments that have helped our students very much to draw this work together in the next couple of weeks, and to pull together the arguments that you're making in final documents. But Justin, Andrew, Tim, you know, all of you've contributed for long through the day. Nick, all day as well, and Chris. Always a delight to have your very insightful comments. The depth and detail of what you bring to our program, and your long knowledge of the program is very, very helpful to us. So thank all of you very, very much for that. Now, I have one further announcement. Tonight, we have Stephen Bates of Surgis and Bates giving our keynote lecture. It's on Zoom. Now, we're going to be introducing it here in the lecture hall, and Irene will give an introduction to Stephen's lecture called The Room and the City. So those of you who want to stay here, you can see it here starting at 6 o'clock. Others, you have the opportunity of joining it remotely on Zoom. The link is there on the public program for Housing and Urbanism for today. And thank you all for joining us. We're delighted to bring everyone together for this discussion. We'll see you at 6 o'clock. Thanks, everyone, very much.